Hi, hello, and welcome back to the Great Ace Attorney Adventures, which is a part of Chronicles. And today we continue the adventure of the clouded Kokoro, which is the fourth case in the game, and we're about to start trial. Hi, DKP, I see your message. That's quite upsetting. Did you try to contact them again and saying the same things you just typed into chat? I don't think they're reading my chat, unfortunately. Give me a sec. You have? Okay. Yeah, right. A no name. That's who I am. The greatest attorney. Okay, let's go. Why is it showing the... Didn't I delete the mouse last time? Or was it for another game? Actually, never mind. Let's just keep it there. Too loud. I really like how the background changes as you progress through the story. That's cute. Continue. I assume? Trial part 1, yes. I'm always nervous about starting everything new. I can't imagine how it is working as an attorney. Well, I never expected this. This is what? Slapped. Okay, bet. Who'd have thought we'd be back here again so soon? Yeah. A day only passed between... Yeah, pretty much. We're on a study tour of Great Britain with the intention of learning the country's legal practices. Yeah, that doesn't mean that we have to have the cases every day. Well, if it's a work, I guess. In order to research the latest court procedures here, we need as much court experience as possible. Well, yes, I suppose that's true, but for the person in the dock, it may well be his or her one and only time in court, and it could be life-changing. Wait a second, this feels like I've already read something like this. I have a déjà vu, which is concerning, in which case treating it as a research may seem a little crass. Oh, when you put it like that, you're quite right. Yeah, true. Good morning. Who's that? Oh, that's our guy. He looks like he's been crying whole night. Ah, Mr. Natsume. Good morning. Are you okay? Oh dear, are you alright? Your eyes are terribly bloodshot. I can relate, dude. I woke up with weird sensation in my eyes. And one is like, not feeling bad, right? Yeah. He'll be fine. We will defend him, don't worry. The early bird catches the worm, as they say here in Britain. Yes, I've heard that expression. But I really don't want to catch a worm. You get it a little bit too forward, like straightforward. So I tried desperately not to wake up early, but I was so worried I couldn't catch a wink. Catch a wink? What is that? Arcanum. I never... actually sounds familiar, but definitely haven't played it. What kind of game is that? Catch sleep. Oh, that's what it means. And now I'm absolutely exhausted as a result. Nah, don't worry, you can sleep in court. I don't think you will be, like, needed much there. Do all literary people take things so literally? Nah, that... funny. Thank you for putting your faith in us today, Mr. Natsume. I don't think you had a choice, really. It's either us or no one. I wish I had 9 lives. My whole future hangs in the balance. I'm too terrified to tremble. But you're trembling right now. Really? Because I can feel tremors on the floor. I have no heater on. That's why I wear like a huge jumper on top of me. And there is no central heating on either, so I don't know what's going on. And I gotta say, I slept longer than I lately did, so I don't know what's going on. I can't do this! I can't take it! Oh, although, welcome student Mr. Naruhodo Esquire. Yes? I caught a glimpse of the public gallery as I walked by the courtroom. It looked like the opening night of the opera. There were so many people. I had no idea my case was such a notorious affair here in London. Oh, neither did I. Is it? Did you know why that might be, Miss Osato? I'm sorry, Mr. Naruhodo, but I have no idea. So, that all-knowing look on your face is just coincidence then, is it? Yeah, that's how you do it, Naruhodo. You should learn from her. Eyes slightly open. Creepy. Don't hide the truth from me. It's because of the Reaper, isn't it? I mean, he lost last time. He shouldn't be that much big of a deal now. Or maybe it made like... I'm surprised it didn't make like a huge fuss about like... He never lost a case. And a newcomer just came and cracked it like... And everyone's like, oh, fine, whatever. Diablo 2. Oh. It looks like it. Is it played like it? I'm not a fan of such games. Lord Van Zeeks? Why are you surprised? Didn't you know he was here? I'm pretty sure we were told. Is that right, Mr. Sato? I purchased as many different newspapers as I could find this morning, and yes. Why did you do this? Lord Van Zeeks is on the front page of everyone. Because he lost, right? To me. I knew it. Sometime after the prosecutor was dubbed the Reaper of the Bailey, he stopped appearing in court, it seems. It's been several years now, in fact, until the day before yesterday. Yeah, exactly. Nobody gave a fuck. Maybe now they did. Yes, Inspector Gregson told us something similar, didn't he? They finally addressing the thing. The trial 2 days ago marked Lord Van Zeek's return to the courtroom after a very long hiatus. The trial of Magnus McGilded. What a harrowing experience that was. And he's dead now. Did Van Zeeks actually kill him? I really doubt. I believe that appearance made even greater waves here in the capital than today's. But we wouldn't have realized, of course. Haven't haven't only just arrived in the country. Why is the Reaper back in the Bailey so soon for what appears to be a mundane murder? Mundane murder. Okay. That's the question that papers are asking, and they are all speculating various answers. Mundane murder! It's the most significant saga of the century to some of us. Oh dear, I meant no offense, Mr. Natsume, but that is how the papers are describing it. Well, lest we also forget the fact that it could spark an international incident. Obviously, the reappearance of the infamous prosecutor has caught people's attention. Okay, thanks. But there is another blatant similarity with the trial of 2 days ago. Huh? Yes, I agree. Like? Locum student Mr. Naruhodo Esquire. It's you! Oh. I wouldn't put this as a similarity, though. Just like... Well, I mean... If you put me as a similarity, there is also a 1/6. Me? Well, I suppose that's true. Both times it is you who stands against this legendary prosecutor. It can only mean that you are friends with the Reaper. What? Please, I don't rub shoulders with the Deathbringers. I rub something else. I'm afraid that there's really only one other explanation. Can only be another example, Mr. Naruhodo, of your uncommon bad luck. Bad luck? I won the case, bitches! Thanks for that. Oh, this is just my luck. Why must I be represented by a man with such frail fortune? By the least lucky lawyer alive. I literally just had my first case in my life and won it. What are they talking about? Well, let's not forget that it was you, Mr. Natsume, who asked me to represent you. Yes, it's true that I'm just a student new to London with little in the way of experience or skills, or luck. But I promise you this. I will fight your corner until the bitter end, and I will believe in you, Mr. Natsume. Benevolent locum student Mr. Naruhodo Esquire. He's gonna cry again. You're not alone here with us, Mr. Natsume. Whatever happens, we will always be on your side. Oh, benevolent, non-locum assistant, Miss Mikotobo Esquires. I am in your debt. Forever I shall never forget this great Mr. Natsume, counsel for the defense. The court session is about to begin. Okay. Bring it on. Alright, it's time, let's go. Yeah. Yes! I really am worried that he's gonna poop himself this way. This is it. My second appearance in the British courtroom. And my second trial against the Reaper. I hope you are watching over me, Kazuma. Because this time, I won't let my faith waver. I'll believe in my client to the last. Just like you believed in me. I believe I can do this now. I'm ready for this fight. I'm not sure I am. Are these the same? I see an old lady there. I recognize her.
In the name of Her Majesty the Queen, I hereby declare this court to be in session. I now call upon the counsels for the prosecution and defense to declare their willingness to proceed.
The prosecution is fully prepared, my lord. The defense is ready, my lord. These scared eyes. He's so cute. He's so lost. I think he's holding a grudge against me. I'm slightly afraid. Is he having... He has a scar on his face, right? I was not sure if I was seeing it or not. The Nipponese are a truly fascinating breed. He wants my blood, I can tell. Sorry, what? Lord Strongheart, he's told me all about you. Oh. That's a scar? I think so. Starts from the here and goes to like this. I think so. That you are a student who arrived in London, but 2 days ago, a mere amateur. You really are not afraid to say this in front of everyone after losing to me. Ah! I know, I'm repeating it, but I can't get over it. Do you have a point? Being a compatriot, you feel compelled to try to help the accused, I suppose. Typical Nipponese arrogance. Excuse me? I'm just doing my job here. No one wanted to protect the man. Forgive me, but I do believe arrogance I do not believe arrogance is an appropriate description. Bigot? Who? Like racist? Susato-san. After all, at our previous encounter, the defendant was found to be innocent. She has a point. Oh, he's looking right in my face. Did you see this? He looked straight in my eyes while pouring the... I'm not sure it's wine there. It doesn't look like wine. Okay, it's Japanese. Very true. And a very fascinating, if dark, trial it was too. The tragic conclusion come later, of course. Here's to the acquitted and his unfortunate violent end. I mean, it's a coincidence, right? Right? Or is he trying to scare me? Like, if you won't stop, you will die too?
Oh, thank you, consuls. I see both sides are in fine fettle.
I didn't even say... I mean, we just argued, that's all. But okay, fine, I'm ready. Ah, wait, we actually did say we are ready, right? I did say that.
Now, ladies and gentlemen of the jury, are you ready to carry out your duties here in court as impartial members of the public?
I know this guy. Okay? Expecting him. True. You never know when you might be down on your luck. But I believe in fair play for everyone. Oh, that's a new face. Well, I must warn you, I'm rather more ruthless than I appear. Oh my. What does that have to do with anything? No. Hi! Wait, weren't you an asshole in the previous case, though? But he was so cute, I can't. I'm glad you're still here. Ah, well, not me. What you see is what you get. I'm a peace-loving fellow. Well, not exactly. Lady first. Yes, lady first. Wait. She's a juror. Oh, I mean, she could be. That's a little bit strange. She could be related to the case. It's weird that they picked her up as a. Yeah, I mean, he lives in their house. So it's weird. I'm afraid to say, I think it's quite impossible that moustached foreigner did the deed. It's quite possible. Oh, really? Maybe they didn't know? I just know they did not investigate far enough to know. Come on, what are you waiting for? No doubt he did it anyway. That's a new face. Hey! Sorry! Didn't quite catch that. He's so cute! Why did they put so many cute people in this game? I can't.
Oh, very well. Let's proceed. Your opening statement, if you please, Lord 16. Very recently, Great Britain signed an alliance with the rising power of the Far East. Yeah, that was during the first case, where I was accused of murder. The accused on the dock today is a student from that same land. A certain Mr. Soseki Natsume. Alright. I keep forgetting he's from Japan too. And while our country has extended this foreign student the warmest of welcomes, regrettably the kindness has not been returned. In fact, the student is accused of a most sinister act. My god. Of plunging a knife into the back of an innocent woman who was doing nothing but walking down the street. And knife crime? I tell you from bitter experience, those are the worst. Bloody oath they are.
Just look at that sallow complexion and short stature. He's the one of those dreadful Japanese.
Wow. Racism was really a thing there, right? Come on, let's get this over with. With me now, everyone. 1, 2, 3. Shut up.
Hey, sorry, didn't quite catch that.
Hi, David. Dad, yeah, right. And that blonde ladies first guy was kind of with him. Pray, forgive the discourtesy of smashing my hallowed chalice here in this great chamber. Every time he's doing something really, really not cool, he just excuses. He just says sorry and everything is alright. He thinks that's how things are working. No, that's not. Allow me to call the first witness to the stand. Very well. Bailiff, lead the inspector in, please.
Inspector. Okay. Potatoes.
Your name and occupation, please. Yes, sir. To start with it. Tobias Gregson, Detective Inspector in Scotland Yard. Would you please summarize the events of the case for the court, Inspector? Sec. Would you please summarize
Sorry. Let me show you. The victim is thought to be a young woman in her 20s by the name of Olive Green. Olive Green. Because olives are green, right? Okay. Cute. Hi. Mal isn't here. Did you just post the same message?
I beg your pardon, Inspector. Thought to be?
Yes. Having been stabbed in the back by her attacker's knife, the victim fell unconscious. Oh right, she's still unconscious, by the way? That were 3 days ago now, and she's been comatose ever since. Young boy. Didn't you see the bun on her head? What? So they don't even know who she is for sure. And what, she doesn't have any relatives? Like, they didn't write into, I don't know, like, spread the information through papers? Something.
Comatose, I see. But her life is not in danger.
I mean, comatose kind of means that danger. Fortunately for the Eastern student, the charge will not be murder. But it will be attempted murder, right? No? Pray, elaborate on the details, Inspector.
Sir, if I could ask everyone to look at the street map.
Calabash Road.
As I mentioned, the incident took place 3 days ago, at around 5 in the afternoon. It happened on the pavement running alongside Briar Road, a wide thoroughfare for horse-drawn vehicles.
It's just as bad in some places, but not all. You know what? Could be a boy too, I guess. I'm pretty sure they know for sure it's a girl. She was in hospital, right? I think doctors can tell. Yeah. It had not long since stopped snowing as the victim, Miss Green, was walking down the street. When did they get the name though? I don't get it. If they don't know who she is, how did they get the name? Out of the blue, she was approached from behind by the accused and stabbed in the back. Oh no. I really like how he looks like. Luckily, the young lady's life was spared, and she's currently being treated in one of the city's hospitals. But being unconscious as she is, we've been unable to take a statement from her, of course. This is the case while, with everything we know about the victim so far. Okay, I should check it out, can I?
Thank you, Inspector. The court will accept the documents as evidence, if you please.
A file containing an overview of the case and details about the victim. She was found with a knife on her back and is currently in hospital. Maybe she also fell on the knife. No? Yet to regain consciousness. She fell from, I don't know, window. Omnibus. There's no omnibus though. What of the weapon that was used? Oh, wait. Wait. Sec. I wanna check. Can I check it thoroughly? Yeah, we can. Incident report details young woman rendered unconscious following a stab wound to the back. Victim, olive green female, stout build, early 20s. Location pavement of Briar Road, East Side. Reporting officer Rowley Bede. Who the hell is that? I never had a talk with anyone with such name. Additional notes. The victim remains unconscious. Her name was gleaned from her personal effects. Other details are unknown. Gleaned from her personal effects. What does it mean? They just named her that way, or that she had some documents with her? Because this is weird. Apart from the single stab wound from the large knife, well, at least it wasn't 28. Large knife, no other signs of injury were observed. The assailant was seen running away by the reporting officer and was successfully arrested by the following day. Okay. What of the weapon that was used? Sir, I have it here. It was removed from the victim's bag. Oh, it's like... Huh. Her items, like purse. So must be documents that they mean. Ouch, that back thing is starting to make me scared to walk down the streets now. Yeah, it's good that you're just a lawyer. Imagine being like... I don't know, police officers, they get to the crime scenes the first. They get to see all the bad shit with their own eyes. It's never nice. With a heavy blade like that, almost anybody would have been able to stab the poor woman. Even the scragged-looking Soski-san, I suppose. Okay. A common of garden jackknife, I would say. Rather nondescript. Thank you, Inspector. The court accepts the blade as evidence. A large but commonplace folding knife. It was found lodged. Yeah. Now then. I don't know why. I guess a folding knife makes more sense. It's easier to carry and hide. But whenever someone says a knife, even when it's about, you know, murder or attempted murder, I always think of a knife that similar to like first Resident Evil game's knife. He liked it. I don't think it's normal to like it. Especially when the decomposition already like starts. Now then, what do we know in the of the motive? Money or valuables, I presume? How do we know? If it was money, he probably stole it. Aren't normal if you want to be a cop. I mean, I mean, what if you just want to change the world to for the better? It's not normal. From what we can tell by looking at the woman's possessions, it seems like she's a poor student herself. Hard to imagine she would have had anything much worth pinching, my lord. Ah, I see. Well, in that case, are we looking at some deep-seated resentment toward the victim? I'm afraid I couldn't say. Apart from visiting second-hand bookshops, the defendant, Mr. Natsume, doesn't appear to get out much. At this moment in time, we haven't been able to establish any sort of connection between him and the victim.
Yes!
Just love the way he like putting his hand up as if he's in school or something. Messed up. Well, I guess if the person is like... There's lots of people who are not, you know, like, not good people. Let's just say it that way. And of course they're searching for the power. Police is one of the ways to get that, I assume. So, yeah, there's probably... If there are any people who are actually there for fighting the truth, for the truth, I don't think they're actually welcome there, because most of the people are just monsters. And even if you are there, it's just that you have to deal with lots of dark shit that can also fuck you up. Thank you, Daisy. Oh, yeah, then you shouldn't. Absolutely. If theft and grievance had been ruled out as the motive, what reason could Mr. Natsume possibly have had for stabbing the young woman? Just because he's a sick bastard? No? Yet you arrested the man in spite of that, in a totally unjustified and heavy-handed way.
Objection!
I assume it was empty already. Pray forgive the discourtesy of... But your words have soured its hallowed bouquet. For it is my learned friend who is being heavy-handed here. Can you just go to the point? What are you trying to say? What? Scotland Yard does not arrest people without good cause. That should be beyond question. Maybe then you should just straight up answer my question. Inspector Gregson, the prosecution calls for your formal testimony. Explain to the court precisely why the constabulary became to arrest the Nipponese student. Yes, sir. Yeah, great job. He's learning. Okay. As I said, it was 5 o'clock in the afternoon when the incident occurred, and there was an unusually light fog. Light. I was told that it was heavy. Visibility was reasonably good, and there was no one else about but the victim and the accused. But didn't you say that there was... I mean... He was arrested because someone saw him. One of the inspectors or cop, whatever. Out of the blue, the victim was stabbed from behind and subsequently collapsed on the pavement. The accused ran off, scattering his belongings all over the floor. Those being a number of old books he'd just bought. He was on the way home from the bookshop, it seems. It was just a matter of working out who the books belonged to, and we found the bloke to arrest him. Old books, you say? Yes, my lord. I have a photograph here of the scene of the crime, taken immediately after the incident. The knife. No blood, thankfully. Oh, or else Dicky would faint. We don't want that. Oh, yes, I can clearly see the books from which you are to which you are referring. Yeah. I will take the photographic print as evidence, please, Inspector. Is this the same knife, by the way? I need to check it out. You Nipponese are a spineless breed, too cowardly to admit defeat. What? Denying everything despite overwhelming evidence to the contrary. Well, Forgive me, Lord Van Zix, but the defendant is not denying everything as you put it.
What are you doing, Miss Sasato? Do go on.
Mr. Natsume has admitted to playing some part in the incident.
Isn't that right, Mr. Naruhodo?
He said he was there.
And he didn't see an attacker.
Well, now you mention it.
When we visited him in the prison yesterday, he did tell us what had all happened.
As I was walking along the accursed pavement, I could make out the sole silhouette of another ahead of me. A woman, wearing a great overcoat she was, and just as I went to overtake her, she suddenly let out a little scream and collapsed onto the cold, hard slabs of stone at my feet. Maybe she really just fell on the knife. Why people lately just fall on the knives? I was terrified. I had to get away from there. So I ran as fast as my legs would carry me back to my accursed lodgings.
A green overcoat.
Well, that's exactly what the woman in that part is wearing. I mean, print.
Oh my god, those cheeks! Again.
Oh my, a photographic print is in full color. What will the world come up with next?
TV. The best thing ever. There were no TVs, right? Since there's just photographs. Yeah, she can't resist herself. The defendant has done nothing more than admit he fled the scene of terrifying incident. That does not mean that he is guilty of the heinous crime of stabbing a woman in the back. There was nobody else there at the time. Just the two of them, the victim and the accused. In other words, there is nobody else who could possibly have stabbed the woman.
Or there was a cop who saw them.
A fact that the accused concedes.
Eh.
It seems this cross-examination could prove to be pivotal, counsel. Proceed, please.
Yes, my lord.
Nothing for it. I have to use this cross-examination to turn the tables here. It's our only chance.
Can I straight up just present the evidence? I feel like I know what and where. I'm not gonna read this through because I already did, so... Hi, Kesha. How you doing?
Light fog. Wait, isn't there a document saying that there was a heavy fog? I don't think I've ever checked this one. Jurors Books. 4:45 p.m. Mr. Natsume. Picture of Monsieur Le Coq. A meal for Gabu... Hi, Jess. Hi. Light fog. Where? He said light fogs. Fog. But I'm pretty sure someone earlier, when the game just started, it was told that the fog was heavy. And... I think the accused told me that. Hi, Mappo. Hi, everyone. Canterbury earnings. Is that important?
We can see some... Well, there's no way I can actually see the books themselves. So he... what? He took 3 books and he lost all of them? Weird. Unusually light. That's weird. That's his dialogue. Yes, that's his dialogue. Okay. Let me look at the knife quickly. And in the picture. Well, does it? Yeah, I guess it's the same. Yeah? Is it though? It's just the handle is actually turned like upside down here because look at the rounded part, because this is not rounded, yeah? There's only one dot here, and these 2 dots are on the square end. Here, never mind. I'm an idiot. Okay, let's continue. No one else. But what do you mean no one else? In documents here, they say that reporting officer Rolly Beat. If there was no one, how did he see them? Was seen running away by the reporting officer. Arrested. Can I just straight up present it?
Objection!
I can't. I should start pressing his butt. Detective work failed. I tried. There's clearly... No, I guess not. Your behavior. Come on. You can't deny he says that there was no one. But multiple times they said that the cops saw them. He could be the one. Press, or Zolby.
Hold it!
How are you able to state that that with any certainty? Quite simply, my learned friend. I didn't ask you, bitch, because that is what the witnesses to this case have told us. Witnesses. So there's more than one cop, right? Actually, they said earlier. There is the couple, right? And one of the witnesses is actually in the jury. Like, what the fuck? Ah, yes, Inspector Gregson mentioned the witnesses yesterday, didn't he? Why didn't you add it into the court record, though? That's right. One of them is a policeman, I believe, from Scotland Yard. That is correct, ma'am. Then we must hear their testimony. The prosecution will, of course, call them to the stand, should it be necessary. But wait a minute. At 5 o'clock in the afternoon in the middle of the winter, it would have been dark already, true. At least here too. No matter how light the fog might have been, no one could have seen. I'm unaware of the situation in your tiny island in the east. Ah, right. Another country. But here in the capital city of the Great Britain, all main roads are illuminated. Ah, also that. Light. I forgot it exists. Ah! The prosecution believes there would have been ample light by which to witness the crime.
Quite. Here in London, for the first time in history, mankind has completely conquered the darkness.
That's just the beginning. Which means we really need to hear those witness statements. If I could just get through the fog of this cross-examination. Are you giving me a hint? I don't see any folk here, but it's just yeah, it's took later, right? Maybe we can check what the books are. Well, they literally found him by the books, so I assume that shouldn't be really related. But we can try. I should just start from the beginning because I have no idea what to do. There was unusually late fall. Wait a second. What did I press? No one else. I pressed here, but maybe I was not pressed, but I presented.
Hold it!
A light fog, you say? Well, light for London. You could see the opposite side of the street for once, but not much further though. Can't think of a culprit. Sometimes cases in this game feel like, oh, but there is no way it would be possible, but it will be revealed. That's light, is it? Around these parts, yes. Not something I'd expect a Japanese fellow like yourself to know, of course. I've read that London is famous for its fog, but in my country people usually imagine that gives the city a rather beautiful appearance. It can sometimes. How quaint. Yes, well, it's not something us Londoners tend to romanticize, as I expect you can appreciate. I see. I mean, when you see it every day, I guess. As this time of year, the fog causes a large number of accidents, especially when it's heavy. Sometimes you can't even see your own hand at the end of your arm. That's insane!
Indeed, the other day I was very nearly trampled by horses before I could see the carriage they were pulling.
So Sato-san and I should definitely remember to stop, look, and listen. And be run over right away after that. However, on the day that concerns us, the fog was somewhat lighter than usual. Foggy. A fact no doubt lamented by the accused. Visibly... I pressed that. Out of the blue, the victim was stabbed from behind and subsequently collapsed on the pavement.
Hold it!
From behind, you say? Is this what you want? Dude. Yes, from behind. Even I can tell you.
That's right. As you can see from this print. Oh, yes, quite so, Inspector. The handle of the weapon is clearly protruding from the victim's back. And you can say this poor woman, Miss Green, remains in critical condition, comatose no less.
So they say. I'm afraid so, my lord. Yes. She's being treated at Bard's. I was hopeful that she'd come around before the trial started so I could take a statement, but it wasn't to be.
Oh, yes, that is indeed a pity. It would have been most illuminating to hear the victim's own account of events. Luck is on your client's side, it seems.
Or is it? Maybe she would say, no, it wasn't him. Then again, she was attacked from behind. On the contrary, my client has been exceedingly unlucky.
Your force of tone is seriously undermined by those disturbingly wide eyes, I'm afraid.
That's good that it disturbs you. Then my plan works to scare you. No, don't give up, Ryunosuke.
Scattering his belongings all over the floor.
Hold it!
Mr. Natsume's belongings, huh? I think you'll find it all there in the photographic print of the scene.
Oh, yes. 3 books on floor.
That's right, my lord. Second-hand books they were. Irreparably damaged after falling in the snow, of course.
Oh no, good books destroyed. The accused could easily have carried all 3 books in one hand.
One? Have you seen those books? They seem like thick.
Which means his other hand would have been free to wield a knife, for example.
I wouldn't say so.
He's very clever, isn't he?
What do you mean?
He's made it extremely hard for you to assert that Mr. Natsume had his hands full with books. He's managed to close the one avenue of escape we might have had before we even knew it was there.
Is she trying to tell me something?
You mean to say that the defendant was holding his belongings as he thrust the knife into the woman's back?
I mean, that kind of makes sense, because why would they be on the floor then? Then again, maybe... I'm not trying to say that he killed or tried to kill her.
That must be what happened, my lord, yes.
His belongings. But what if it... Again, they found him by these books, so it must have been his.
Hold it!
The defendant apparently visits a second-hand bookshop on a daily basis. Daily? Is he reading 3 books in one day?
Yes, so I understand.
A shop full of old English literature.
I commend the accused on the lofty subject matter of his scholarly attention. The block's room was stacked floor to ceiling with those musty old books. A motive so far. Once Ryunosuke asked about the motive, and say, like, you literally have no motive and you arrested them, and all that the Banzik said was like, we just have enough reason, shut up. Well, if I must, I have to ask you to look at the street map again, I'm afraid. And? Bourbon... The closest second-hand bookshop. Bourbon Books. Give me a second.
Ah! But he visited another bookstore that evening. At 4:45.
Which is probably located far away, I bet. The case is closed. Shut up, you're Japanese, basically, yeah. Yeah, Bourbon Books. I really like the name. A little place on the corner of the Briar Road and Meerschaum Street. Ah, I didn't even see that street. Okay, Meerschaum. As it happens, the accused is currently living on the lawn in the lodgings on the other side of Briar Road at the opposite end. Which means it doesn't take a genius to work out the route he would have taken home. Yeah, that would be convenient for you, but I really don't get it how ridiculous you are, guys. They literally have this as an evidence. And they didn't put two things together. Why did you even think of the Bourbon Books? Just because it's the closest? But he's not going there. At least he didn't that evening. You're wrong. Yes, I concur with your conclusion, Inspector. The defendant would certainly have passed the scene of the crime his way home from that particular shop.
Mr. Naruhodo, I think that what the inspector just told us could turn out to be of vital importance.
Thank you for a hint, Susato. Yes, I agree. The most important point that the inspector just made being bookshop's name. Stock? Did he even say anything about the stock? Inspector Gregson, may I ask you a favor? What? Would you kindly add the name of the bookshop to your formal testimony, please? I believe it may be of vital importance. Maybe. Oh, well, you know, I mean, yes, it could be a very important clue. Yes, just do it. Sardonic? He was on his way home from Bourbon Books, a second-hand bookshop he apparently patronizes. Cynical. Sardonic.
Objection!
If I could just stop you there, Inspector Gregson. What is it, Sunshine? I'm a busy man, you know. You're literally in the court. We can take like whole day here and even more. So, I mean, other days too. You'll be here as long as it's needed. It's also part of your job as an inspector. Kinda. This is a receipt that we found in Mr. Natsume's room. It was issued on the day of the incident and details the purchase of 3 second-hand books. And you found that in the accused room, did you? Oh. I guess I did. I thought it was presented by someone as evidence. Yes, but the point is not where the receipt was found, but the name of the shop printed on it. Go on. So, doesn't it count as like hiding the evidence?
since no one else knew about this. This receipt was issued from the bookshop called Jurors.
Books?
Yes. So Mr. Natsume did indeed purchase a number of books at a second-hand bookshop that day. However, the bookshop in question was not Bourbon Books.
Wait! Inspector, do you know of this other bookshop?
Yes, sir. Jurors Books is another second-hand bookshop, not far from Bourbon Books. It's just that it would be on another route, wouldn't it? Well, it's such a small place, I didn't think the accused would have known about it.
Objection!
But in fact, that is the bookshop which the defendant visited on the day in question. And this receipt proves it.
Objection!
Yes, for what difference it makes. Are you dumb? Wherever the man purchased these musty tomes, wherever. It makes no difference in the final analysis.
Objection!
I disagree. I mean, after all, I have the street map here. That might be of help? Yeah, thank you. Have a look at this, please. If the defendant had been returning from Bourbon Books, then yes, he would almost certainly have passed the place where Miss Green was attacked. However, if we take into account the fact that he was actually at another bookshop, Jurors Books, it may very well turn out that he wouldn't have passed that location at all.
Could that be true?
My, I'd rather depend on where this other bookshop is, but I do declare it may be a possibility. Oh, is that right, Mr. Lawyer, sir? What you just said? Absolutely. It absolutely could be right. Could be. Or not.
Inspector Gregson, where is this Jurors Books establishment?
Obviously we looked into that. Yeah, you did? Good for you. Turns out that Jurors Books is just here on the next corner. Well, that means he could take both ways, either on the same route on the killing or another. Doesn't really help me here. And there you have it. As you can clearly see now. Oh. Is this for me? My learned Nipponese friend is obviously in training to be a clown. The way he regales us with such witticisms. I'm at least happy to entertain to your future career in the circus. Oh, thanks. If I want to be like successful in this job, I know where to go next. You put that glass down now, or I'll put it down for you. Wow. I really like you, Susato. I didn't think I needed to spell it out, but here we go. If the accused was coming home from Jurors Books instead of Bourbon Books, there is no doubt he still would have passed the place where the victim was stabbed. I disagree. There is actually another path. There's another way. And seemingly how the streets are, both ways would be pretty much the same length. Of clowns? Look, I'm not. Why would you?
Oh, yes, thank you, Inspector.
Allow me to reiterate for my learned, if somewhat slow, Nipponese friend. Shut up. Wherever the man purchased his musty tomes, it makes no difference in the final analysis. What are you talking about? But it does. As I suspected, you can't fool me, and I don't suggest you try.
What did I say, eh? I've had enough of this now.
Beg your pardon. I'm terribly sorry, but would you mind repeating that? This guy just... whole case. He didn't hear a word. How is he in the jury? Can you tell me? He's still very cute. Mr. Naruhodo, you mustn't give up. What do you mean? If the prosecution's assertions is correct, the members of the jury may very well decide that Mr. Natsume is guilty. Yeah, she's absolutely right. They must think, they must consider the assertion just put forward by the prosecution very, very carefully. They claim Sosuke-san must have passed the location of the incident on his way home from Yori Books. But... objection! The assertion just made by the prosecution is fundamentally flawed.
Explain yourself, Consul.
Yes, my lord. You... What's wrong? You can see... Is someone slapping me or something? You can see what I mean on this map. When returning from Yori Books to his lodgings, Mr. Natsume could have followed the route suggested by the prosecution. However, that isn't the only conceivable road to take between the two places. If the defendant used these streets, look what happens. He arrives back at his lodgings without passing the location where the victim was attacked. Yeah, but he's still quite close there, to be honest.
Objection!
Talking back to a clown is a fool errand, of course. However, I feel compelled to point out that that route is what is commonly referred to as the long way round. Or is it? If you look closely on the map, it looks like they are quite similar. Then again, maybe he felt like he should take a walk. Because he's sitting his whole day in small closed room without windows and reading books. On a cold winter's night, why would any man choose to take a longer route home? Well, the answer is extremely simple. He wouldn't. In other words, the accused took the obvious route back to his lodgings and is the obvious perpetrator of the crime.
Objection!
But... Aha! Yes, I got it. Obviously, we must ask the man himself. Ask Mr. Natsume. I have already informed the court of the accused's response to such questioning. He claims he has no recollection. What? How can you not remember how you went? Where? What? That's right. As I said, the bloke seems to spend his time outside wandering aimlessly from A to B. That day was no exception. He says he doesn't remember where he was or which route he took home. Weird. I don't believe this! I don't believe this! I thank you, my learned friend, and suggest that we do not waste any more of the court's time by wandering aimlessly around the subject. Pray, what say you, insightful jurors? No, don't ask them. But even if... I agree with Lord Von Zieks. Wholeheartedly and in every way. What? I don't believe it. Does this mean... We members of the jury are completely convinced now. I'm dead.
Very well, in that case I hereby call upon all members of the jury to present your findings to the court.
Wait, what?
Guilty!
Findings. Oh.
Guilty.
Guilty!
Guilty.
Guilty! Guilty!
No! All of them! Does this mean the case is actually lost? That was all of them.
It would appear the jury's leaning is unanimous.
I lost?
To the insightful members of the jury, I applaud your brave resolve.
You serve Queen and country admirably. Mr. Naruhodo. Yeah, this sucks. My career just started and ended. Well, I can probably be a clown now. Anything in your book again? Isn't it a little bit too late? I think if they can still change. I mean, they all voted. No, not yet. This isn't over yet. I still have one last chance to sway the opinion of the jury. I have to tip the balance of those scales the other way. I have to turn this around. Somehow.
Those are the eyes of Quarry, not yet willing to give up and die.
Too, but they... Oh. But they had to explain... maybe now I have to do it again? I forgot.
So I presume you intend to wield your rights again in this trial?
Yes.
Rights of the defense written into antiquated British law that should have been buried long ago.
Call it antiquated if you will. I would call you antiquated. But it's defense's prerogative to carry out a summation examination if it so chooses.
Okay, we're doing it again. So I'll have to pretty much press on juries now. Jurors. Very well, counsel. In accordance with the letter of the law, we shall proceed with summation examination. Are the members of the jury ready, Mr. Foreman?
Of course, we're ready.
I'm all too familiar with that Nipponese whippersnapper and his onkus refusal to throw in his alley. Oh, look who's talking. Why are you even in the jury? Very well then. Ladies and gentlemen of the jury, you will each explain on what grounds you have determined the defendant to be guilty.
Unpleasant. judicial what? Contentions. For pity's sake, that little Nipponese oddity already admitted it himself, didn't he? Admitted what? If he said that a woman in green collapsed before his eyes, why it can only have been the victim. Why? I mean, not necessarily. It could be. I mean, it's winter. Someone might have been just slept on the road. So what if he took actually another route and someone just fell on the ground in front of him because of the slippery road? The man wouldn't have gone around the houses on his way back from the bookshop, not in the winter. So the poor woman was attacked from behind, was she? How dreadful. That's not a reasoning there. I really don't care. Can't we just wrap this up now? This guy, after these words, he should be thrown out of the jurors. What the fuck? I've got work to be doing. Hey. Yuri. Oh, he actually heard something. Yuri books? Yes. A nice job that. But Bourbon books? Huh. No. Not worth a visit. Maybe that's why the dude visit Yuri and not Bourbon. But these dudes are like, what? After all these words, you should throw them up and out and bring new people in here. With only minor exceptions, the reasons for finding the defendant guilty are all too clear. What? When the stabbing occurred, the only two people at the scene were the victim and the accused. Exactly. Like, at least half of them said some bullshit that's not even related to the reason why they voted that way. And the accused himself has admitted to seeing the victim and her green overcoat sink to the ground before his eyes. Could be still someone else. Just sleeping on the ground. Yeah. Furthermore, we have heard from the inspector that the defendant had fled the scene. I must say, I would have ample grounds to convict this man already. Really? Oh dear, even the judge appears convinced of Mr. Natsume's guilt now. Why did we have to run? He have to run after like this? I mean, even if he didn't run and they just took him. And how are we supposed to believe in some phantom attacker that nobody could see? This is impossible. How can I possibly make a case for the defense? Yeah, I mean, I'm just thinking now, what if the two things are not related? What if the victim getting attacked is one thing, and him seeing someone sleep on the ground is completely something else. What I'm confused about is why he's not remembering a lot of things. And second, the books. Because the books were found on the ground near the victim. Then again, what if it's victim's books? And it's just a coincidence that they are similar? No? Did did you guys compare the how's it called? The receipt from the bookstore he went to. There's literally a list of books he got. I think we will come to it later. I bet. Mr. Naruhodo, this is no time for grumbling. If we want to force the trial to continue... Yes, I know. I have to turn the tide. I must make the jurors change their minds. Well, 4 of them at least. Exactly. We have no choice but to forge forward.
You have the floor, Counsel. Begin your examination. Summation. Examination.
Hey, I just need to keep this trial going somehow. Whatever it takes. Come on, Ryunosuke. You can do it. He's gonna walk again! This is the best part. The defense's rebuttal. For pity's sake, little Nipponese oddity already admitted it himself, didn't he?
Do I just press on everyone?
Oh, wait. I have to... Moonwalking. No, it's an actual walking. I forgot, this is a little bit different. I have to put them against each other. I should say... Admit it? Ah, wait. The man wouldn't have gone around the houses of his way. Ah, never mind. Wait a sec. I don't know. Like, what the fuck is this? What am I... How am I supposed to work with this?
Objection! Hold it!
No! Okay. Whoops. I've did even a few times. Decide where contradictions really lie. Okay, let's. No, I mean.
Objection!
Oh my god, that's wrong too. Shut up. I'm so bad today. Press. Maybe. We can. I would like to press that fucker that says he needs to work. Like, what the hell?
Hold it!
Don't get clever with me now, son.
My life's on the line too. It's always in my family's. And maybe you shouldn't be sitting here. It's not about you right now though. I understand. And everything. What the fuck, Mappo? Oh, I was right to Mearsham Street it was. Yeah, I've seen it. It's all the way up on the map. Just do it, son of a bitch. So you would have, I mean, if you were there. What? What are you talking about? If he says he was working on the street whole day long, meaning if the accused was walking the way that we all are all talking about, he would definitely see him, right? So I assume he's taking another route. Who do I press on? I mean, not press. Wait. Yeah, I know. I can do it. Yeah. If that's what you mean. Yes. Obviously. Won't be enough though.
Objection!
Those two statements are clearly at odds with each other.
At odds, Counsel? Explain yourself.
Please, don't point. It wasn't me, I swear.
What? I just want to get this done and dusted.
Well, juror number 3. You, sir? What do you want? Oh my god. It's blowing my mind every time it happens. It's alive! I know. For someone who is not familiar with the series, it's like, what? Why is she so hyped up? It's the future right here. Juror number 5's words just now are extremely significant. Yeah? Okay. Let's take a moment to consider the implications of what's been said on our map of the local area. On the day in question, Mr. Natsume visited this bookshop to purchase a number of second-hand books. And on the same day, we now know that there were works being carried out on Meerschaum Street, making it impossible. Ah, it was completely impossible. Okay. Which means that the defendant's route home could not have taken him along Meerschaum Street and down Briar Road.
Ah, yes, of course. What do you think, sir?
Well, yes, you can't argue with that, really, can you? We must have had a good 2 yards or more of the pavement up. Why didn't he just come with that realization, though? Like, they must have seen the... No, maybe they didn't see the map. Every gentleman, gentlewoman that came along... Do jurors get to see evidence? I think they do. So they must have been shown the map. Had to turn back and go the other way. Yeah. So the only conclusion is this. The defendant must have taken the longer route back to his lodgings.
Yes, I suppose he must have.
I suppose that must be right, eh? Juror number 3, you said the following. The man wouldn't have gone around the houses on his way back home, back from the bookshop. But we see now that he had no choice.
Ah, yes.
Oh, my lord, Mr. Judge. Sir, if I may.
Yes?
I don't think in all good conscience then that I can say the man's guilty now. Yes, I'd like to see this trial continue so we can get to the bottom of what really happened. Yeah, you. Well, alright then. There's a hole in the prosecution's argument. It should be filed in. That's what I say. Oh, well done, Mr. Naruhodo. That was wonderful. Well, we have managed to change a couple of minds at least. It's strengthened our position somewhat. Yes, and it will prompt the other members of the jury to reconsider their stance as well. They'll be asking themselves if their current leanings are really right or not. Now, if we could just identify one more clue of discrepancy that would make them stop doubting Mr. Natsume. We might be able to tip the balance completely. Yes, that's exactly what we have got to do. When Zix is looking to bring this trial to an early conclusion, that's what we have to prevent by whatever means we have at our disposal.
Hold it!
Excuse me, but Aren't you...
Yes, that's right. I wasn't in the witness stand myself just 2 days ago.
Yes, I had a feeling I knew your face. On the side of it, anyway. If I remember correctly, you're a banker, aren't you?
Why the side?
I mean, why is he keeping his head to the side? That's weird. Reminds me of someone.
That's right. After the gold rush down under, I came back to London to work.
No slaps on your cheek, though. And was all going swimmingly until you started fossicking around. Bruce Fairplay was a man of repute. Sorry? Don't think I've forgotten how you treated me the other day.
Me? You had me and that young hatter pegged as criminals.
Pegged. Wait, you guys didn't do anything? Because I thought you kinda did. Didn't I? Oh, well, you know, water under the bridge. Now there's all sorts of rumors buzzing around and the police have been badgering me non-stop. I'm glad that they actually do something. Strange that they still put you in jury, though. If I could turn back the clock... Well, anyway, I don't know about the header, but at least I'm in the clear now. Are you? You just said that police is... free to make up my own mind about who's guilty and who isn't. Really dangerous to put him in this position. Thank goodness. Alright, maybe I might struggle to change this man's mind, given our awkward history. Oh dear, I wonder what's become of Mr. First now. First? Ladies? Lady? What do you mean? He's right there. And he seems to be fine. If he had a woman in green collapse before his eyes, why, it can only have been a victim. But did he change anything here?
Hold it!
You're right that at the time of the incident, the defendant admits to having seen someone wearing a green overcoat walking ahead of him. Well, quite. That's precisely my point. Clearly that someone wearing green was the victim. And clearly that funny little Nipponese man with a disturbing moustache is the culprit. I gotta say, moustaches do look suspicious as fuck. But let us not forget, madam, the defendant vehemently denies attacking the woman. Why, of course he does. If he admits to stabbing her, his life is over. The man is obviously a liver-faced coward. Liver? Is that organ? Honestly, claiming the woman simply collapsed before his eyes. But if that's a lie, as you're suggesting, do you not think he would have concocted something more credible? Oh, I really couldn't say. After all, you are foreign. Who's to say that goes through your... what goes through your funny little minds? I could tell you what's going through my funny little mind right now, but you wouldn't like it. Wow, Ryunosuke. You're scaring me. I do declare the man has already made the admission. He himself has stated that there was nobody else around. Surely the conclusion is obvious. No one else could possibly have committed this awful crime. Coward person. Never heard of it. This game teaches me so much. If no one else could have done it, the accused must be the man. Really, it couldn't be more simple. That went well for her. Helping with slang. I will not remember those. I don't think there is anything to press here.
Hold it!
Yeah. I'm sorry, Ryunosuke. Whatever is the matter, young man? You're the wife of Mr. Garadap, aren't you? The landlord who rents Mr. Oh, that's why the reaction. Yeah, makes sense. The master's wife? Where do you get your ideas, sir? I'm his maid. The maid, you understand? I mean, didn't I kind of tell them that I wouldn't say anything about it? You had one job. Dude. I mean, but she's still related to him and she's in that house. I really don't understand why she's here. At the cheeks. Yeah. The cheeks. She's keeping up that charade. Nah. Is it going... This is going to be awkward. Why did you mention this yesterday? Didn't you mention this yesterday? That you'd been selected for the jury of the trial, I mean. Well, I was told not to mention to anyone until the day of the trial, you see. It was in the letter I received. The instructions were very clear, so I'm afraid I had no choice. Oh. Understandable. Have a nice day. I see. Anyway, Mr. Natsume, the defendant, takes lodging in your master's house, doesn't he? Yes, that's right. Although he's only been in a little over a week now. And in the time, surely you must have taken stock of his character. Does Mr. Natsume look like the kind of man who would commit a crime such as this? I mean, what kind of question is that? It's like asking, how does a killer look like? He look like anything, like any other human being. We've seen the killers to look like anything. They could be like suspicious looking creepy guy, or they can look like a very nice and outgoing person too. So you never know. Oh my goodness me, yes. He's just the sort. What? He's the Japanese. Spending all his time in that dark, dingy room, sporting that scrupulous mustache. Yeah, mustache. But I mean, your room doesn't cost much, so... And he needs to save money. He had no choice but to use your service. The man never speaks, and don't get me started on those shifty eyes. Yeah, the eyes too, gotta say. All the neighbors are talking about him. But why he never speaks, he must be just a close person. I've heard them, you know. People think he must be building a bomb and there's... Oh dear, poor Mr. Natsume. How could people say such thing about him? He's just a harmless bookworm, nothing more. Bookworm. Well, I just called him a worm, so... A bookworm. Anyway, I'd better be careful about inviting this maid to speak. She's said enough damning things already. That's not helping me at all. Didn't I press on this? Sorry. Fold it? You say? Fold what? Hold it. Hold it. Hold on. Calling me police. I guess. No. What I said was hold it. For people who loves books. Actually, it does sound quite offensive, so... What I wanted to ask was... I mean... It's a little bit on the offensive side, that I'm sure. Do you visit your books often? I like the old books they have in there, yes. I enjoy reading them over a nice cup of old tea. You need something like sweet along with that too, I think. That's my thing. That's my daily routine, you see. Same thing every day, including the day you are all talking about. And at what time did you visit your books on the day in question? Well, I was picking out books in there all afternoon, and it would have been just before 5 that I left. That's my daily routine, you see. Same thing every day. It's not... it's still offensive, and trait doesn't mean that it's not offensive. Just before 5, you say, exactly when the victim was attacked. Are you sure about the time? Oh yes, no mistake there. I remember it well. I'm not about to forget that day in a hurry. Not after the dreadful time I had. Dreadful time? I was walking down Calabash Road when I slipped on the ice, and you have green coat! What? I just noticed it. I didn't... I was like, well, it must have been someone else wearing the green coat, and I didn't even notice the dude here in the very court. What the fuck? How do I open? Wait. I wanted to check something. The local map piece. Calabash. The same route our defendant took. Perfect. I slipped on the ice and dunked my head. Poor old man. I hope you didn't break anything or anything. It's always worse after the snow stopped falling. That's when it's most slippery. It can also slippery also when the temperature rises a little bit, so it's melting slightly, and then the temperature goes way low, so it freezes all over. That sucks. I hate when it happens. Like, it's dangerous to step anywhere. I'll give it up. Give what up? Knocked myself clean out. I did. I really thought my number was up. Oh. Wait a minute. Let me get this straight. This happened on Calabash Road. That's right. I live in Corn Pine, you see. Heading down Calabash Road is the quickest way for me to get back from Yuri Books. Juror number 6. I must insist that you add the information. Okay. Let's get these bitches. Wait. What did they say? I must insist. No, extreme. Is that what he's? Extremely significant. Extremely sick. I don't know how he's heard that. No, I'm quite alright now. You've changed 2 of the jurors' minds, Mr. Naruhodo. Yes, just 2 more to go. Deliver the finishing blow now. Wish I knew how to do a Susato takedown. I suppose words will have to suffice for now. Applaud. That's the weirdest way to say that. Never heard of it. For pity's sake, wait. There. And there.
Objection!
Hey, what? I think perhaps the old man didn't hear you. Yeah, it doesn't matter. Unbelievable. It's not like I was loud or anything. Oh my god, he's walking again. Can you do it a little bit more often? He looks like he's very tall. Tall boy. There is at least one fact of which we can be sure here. The bookshop receipt found in the defendant's room clearly indicates that on the day of the attack, he had been to Yuri Books and purchased a number of second-hand titles. He then returned home on foot. But the man says he has no recollection of his return journey. Well, he can't fly. That's correct. But what he does remember is seeing someone appear in front of him on the way. (1.82 meters). Looks more like 2 meters. Someone in a green overcoat who suddenly collapsed on the pavement before his eyes. Yes, we are well aware of all this. The poor young woman who was stabbed, obviously.
Objection!
But can we really be sure of that, madam? My, whatever do you mean? I'm sure you heard juror number 6's account of what happened to him that day. That same afternoon, there was somebody else apart from the victim who was wearing a green overcoat and who fell over on the icy streets of the neighborhood. Though, is he wearing that coat inside the courtroom? Isn't that cold there? And I forgot what I wanted to say. Oh my. My goodness, you You mean... That's right. I'm referring, of course, to hard of hearing juror number 6. Are you really suggesting that the person in the green overcoat whom the defendant saw collapse in front of his eyes was the jolly old gentleman in the end of the bench here with me today? It looks so. Entirely possible, yes. It's more actually possible than the victim, since the other road was closed. After all, the old man has a somewhat similar build to the victim. You can't deny that. Well, look at that. My goodness me. Sorry. You need to pee? Pee? What, you can help? I can. And crucially. I pee and crucially. Wait. We know precisely where the old man in the green overcoat fell. Really? Ah, the road. That's not precisely really, but... on Calabash Road. Therefore, if the person whom Mr. Natsume saw collapsing in front of him was in fact juror number 6, it means the defendant must have taken the long route back to his lodgings. And if that's true, then clearly the crime scene on Briar Road where the woman was stabbed was not on his way home. Oh my! My god. That looked so cool. You idiot old man, if you hadn't been so daft as to be roaming about there, I would have boxed this off hours ago. I mean, you changed your mind already too, so... And really, what were you thinking wearing such a befuddling coat, really? What did you say to me? Is it a crime for the elderly to walk the streets these days, Is it a crime to sleep over on the ice? Oh, no, of course not. If anything, I'm feeling very sorry for you. Is it a crime to keep up with the latest styles and wear a beautiful green overcoat? Is it? Not at all. You look fabulous. My lord, I do hope it won't cause any inconvenience, but... you'd like to change your leaning, I presume? I do declare that I would. I should like to call for a verdict of not guilty. Thank you. And I would too. What? Is it a crime to change your mind, is it? Well... He's still cute even when he's angry. We did it!
Well, that summation examination has concluded with a rather large shift in opinion. The ace, 2, the nose. Ah, it's like yes. Yeses? Four. So, the noes have it. No guilty, not guilty, they say. Which means we no longer have a consensus among the members of the jury. The trial will continue.
Objection!
You can't object against what... No. Shut up. How is this still white? I want to know your secret.
Could it seem churlish of me to drink from my hallowed chalice moments after raising an objection, only to crush it in disgust? Pray forgive the discourtesy. You really just do this to then say sorry. He acts like an abuser. Lord Linzeeks. It seems I must retract my earliest remark. What do you mean? I mistakenly credited these jurors with intelligence by describing them as insightful. And yet we have just witnessed them falling for a cheap trick performed by an Eastern entertainer. I'm a clown.
Hey! Oh, whatever do you mean?
Objection!
I haven't tricked anyone. Everything I've said is truth. Indeed. Stalwart juror number 5 was undoubtedly repairing the road as he claims. Where did you get those? I believe you. I believe you said it was a good 2 yards of the pavement which you had excavated, sir. That's right. It took me the whole day and they paid me a measly tuppence for it. Now, my learned Nipponese friend, tell me, do you have any notion of the distance what 2 yards represents?
Nah, not really.
Well, if I'm honest, I don't have a clue, no. I don't have a clue, darling.
2 yards is a little less than 2 meters. A little less.
Really? I thought it would be like kilometers. Yards sound very far.
But it's just meters.
Weird.
Less than 2 meters?
That's not much at all. Exactly. In other words, a distance readily vaulted by anyone of moderate vigor. Vigor? Would you not agree, my stalwart friend? At least he calls me friend. That's good, right? Me. He's not talking to me. Well, I can't say you're wrong, no. We're not friends. What? And did you perchance erect a sign to prevent pedestrians from passing the side of your work? I wouldn't dream of it. What a waste of time. No coaches would have had a hope of passing anyway, and we just turn any gentlefolk back when they can't come. Kids just jump right over us all the time. I don't know about that. The accused is no gentleman as far as I can see. And I have little doubt however, that he could spring over a 2-yard trench and his meanderings around town.
Is that true? Is it?
The incontrovertible truth is that the books just purchased by the accused were found at the scene. Then can be no doubt that on his way back to his lodgings, Mr. Natsume walked down Briar Road and crashed in a single sentence. And old man.
Coleman? You can talk.
You say that at around 5 o'clock on the day in question, you slipped and fell on Calabash Road. Pray, was there a suspicious-looking Nipponese behind you at the time? How could he see behind him? We don't have eyes on our butts.
Oh,
I can't say as I remember. You don't remember?
He fucking slept. He could have lost conscious or something. For a moment. How about a wager, my learned friend? You say it was this old man that they accused so, but I wouldn't lay 1,000 to 1 against you being able to prove it. Prove the other way, son of a bitch. Don't give up.
Order! Lord Van Zix, explain yourself. Right now.
My lord?
If you had such a trenchant argument up your sleeve, why in the world did you not proffer during the summation examination?
I wanted to give this young foreign student the sightseeing experience he no doubt came for. I wanted him to see for himself how the opinion of the jury so readily swayed. Well, thanks, I saw it. That was nice. I will probably use it more in the future. But my hospitality has its limits, and they have been reached, I feel. Oh my, we are undressing. So, my learned friend, we are friends. We are. Today's sightseeing tour of London is now over. Wait, what are you talking about? My lord. The prosecution requests permission to call its next victim to the stand. Finally.
Granted. Bailiff, bring forth the witnesses. Witnesses?
It's next witnesses. Mr. Naruhodo, do you not remember? We've been told on several occasions that there were eyewitnesses to the incident. Yes, I remember, one of them being a Scotland Yard policeman, no less. I'm afraid that's likely to be the prosecution's next witness. Alright, no matter who Van Zix brings to the stand as his witnesses, and no matter what they say, I believe in Sosuke-san. I know he's innocent, and I'll keep believing to the very end, until this battle is over. What the hell? I look like kids. Are you saying this one of them is police officer? Okay, I'm not judging by appearance, fine. Witness says, please state your names and occupations for the court. Is he sleeping? That's me every day. He's so adorable, I can't. Why this game? I love it. I absolutely love it. Look at him. Yeah. Kinda, you could say so. He's on the way there. Constable Roy Beadle, sir? Nothing to report on the streets, sir? Oh no, don't fall. Rolly. And you say that you saw something on your duty. Shut up. You're probably sleeping again. Look at him. Just too sweet. And I'm Mrs. Bede. Patricia's my name. Mrs. Wait a second. That's Mrs. Right? Hero's wife. She's his wife. How old are you guys? They look like kids. I'm proud to say I'm his this young town hero's wife. They look alike. What's the story here? We'll see, I guess. Well, in truth, we've not been married long. In fact, we celebrated our first anniversary only the other day. And 1 year, then. Good for you. I mean, so, congratulations. No, it was your husband I was asking about. He seems tired. It's just his maid. Oh. Okay. Hardly surprising. Whilst being an honorable occupation, patrolling the beat is the most demanding work in the world. Oh, really? I'm sure I've heard that before, actually. Indeed, apart from rare days off, our gallant officers trudge some 20 miles a day. I was just told that miles. 1 mile is like slightly less than this meter. So 20 miles? Right? It was a mile, they said. It's actually like, what, 20 meters? I'm confused. Yeah. Yard. Was it yard? They said. We were talking about yards a few minutes ago. I was sure it was mile. Okay. Kilometers, that makes sense. Oh, okay. I should go check it at the doctor, I think.
They are responsible for keeping the streets clean and lighting and extinguishing our streetlights.
Right, I was told so. There are a number of items on that list that don't sound much like policing duties at all. I wouldn't just be falling asleep on my feet. I'd have collapsed long ago. But it goes without saying that the policeman's primary duty is the apprehension of criminals. Even when he's off duty, a constable is expected to investigate and resolve any crimes on his beat. For the London Bobby, as a man of honor, beautifully sad. I wish all policemen were like that. And the man of slumber. Yeah, let him rest. He's so cute. On the day in question, this man and his wife were walking down Briar Road in the opposite direction, and they witnessed the incident as it occurred. Is that not correct, Mr. and Mrs. Beat? Patricia Beat. Not very speaking. That's right, sir. Isn't it, Raleigh? It's just... Oh, he makes me want to go to sleep. He's so... Look at him. He's in heaven right now. I just love that little mouth of his. Could be resting. It's his job. Come on, he's probably gaming whole night and then can't work a day. Well, no. Constable, Raleigh Beat, sir. Nothing to report in the streets, sir. What a great witness he's going to be. Very good.
I'd like to hear your formal testimonies now, please.
You will tell the court exactly what you saw on the afternoon of the incident. Yes, sir. he capable? It was our wedding. Why is she given? She's not even. She, like. She wasn't there. Yeah. This guy is affecting me. Thank God he's not yawning. It was our wedding anniversary and Raleigh was taking me out for a meal. There was no time to change after work. That's cute. Oh, right. She just said that she was with him, I assume. Anyway, two silhouettes appeared out of the fog on the pavement in front of us. All of a sudden, one of them just collapsed on the floor. And then the other scattered something before running off. We ran straight over of course, and then went for help at a nearby police box. It was definitely that Japanese man in the dog. Rolly and I both saw him as clear as day. Well, I hope he's not sleeping during walking. So, I assume he also saw it.
Oh, well, this is extremely compelling testimony, I must say.
Oh dear, this policeman and his wife are claiming to have possibly identified Mr. Natsume at the scene. If their testimony is true, the alternative course of events that you established in the summation examination will be quashed.
It's death knell, in fact. Because that alternative was never viable in the first place.
Oh, really?
What an unfortunate big chancing. And on your wedding anniversary, too.
Yeah, it must be horrible. Sorry for that. Oh, I know, but I still managed to go out for the evening with my man. I thank the Lord for that. Yeah, I'm glad he did. Gosh, the life of a London Bobby sounds very hard indeed.
Indeed. However, this cross-examination will be over in minutes. You may well have time to rest this afternoon.
We'll see about that.
What do you mean by that? My learned friend and witnesses saw the face of the man fleeing the scene.
How did this happen?
There was a fog. They are testifying under oath that it was without doubt the accused, Mr. Sosuke Natsume. And one of these witnesses is a policeman, no less. So you appreciate the gravity of the situation, I'm sure.
Don't listen to him. Except that the man's so tired his wife has to do all the talking.
Okay, yeah, let's just get to it.
Hey.
Okay. In front of you. Okay, never mind.
Hold it!
How could you see him? I don't get it. If they were in front of you, I assume they were facing their backs to you. How could they see the face? Surely you wouldn't have been able to see his face by the light of gas street lamps, would you? What's going on?
Good. We absolutely could. Us Londoners have exceptional eyesight. I'll have you know. I don't get it. Can I pursue this? Doesn't seem like... I mean, she's tagging him. He's not reacting, so... At the same time... What? Right. The light from the street lamps was more than enough. It's cute, is it? And my husband already told you that the fog was only light, didn't he? Yes, and what of the fog? I'm so sorry. When the fog is thick, you can't even see the hand at the end of your own arm. Yeah, that hurt. Alright, I'll take your point. Now, could you stop shaking your husband about? Back to sleep. The constant fog makes our eyes very sharp, you see. I can see that in your eyes. That's... Did he react? Hard to say. That's why we can tell you for sure and certain that it was that little Japanese man we saw. Can't we, darling? Yes, it was the accused, and no mistake. The mustache, the hunched back, the cat-like eyes, the taunt mouth, the snub nose. Unmistakable, sir! As far as this couple's testimony is concerned, there can't be any question. It was Sosuke-san they saw running away from the scene of the crime. So, that's it? Entire testimony? Yeah, because I pressed on the last statement. What do you think, Mr. Naruhodo? I have no idea yet. Well, I hate to admit it, but on hearing the testimony, it really does seem as though Mr. and Mrs. Bede saw when they say this, so... Mr. Natsume running away from the scene on the Briar Road that day. Yes, I feel the same. So, if that's true, where does it leave us? The members of the jury are sure to call for a guilty verdict after this testimony. Oh no. And what do we do? If Kazuma-sama were here, what are you trying to say? I think he would try to find a contradiction somewhere else within their testimony. What do you mean, somewhere else? Their statement about seeing Mr. Natsume's unequivocal. Calling that into question won't help. But if he could identify some other part of their testimony which appears to contradict the facts, he might be able to discredit them, to make the jury doubt if the pair's memory of the day is accurate. That's like cheating. Oh, right. Put simply, we must focus on finding a discrepancy in the statement somewhere. If we don't, I'm afraid the trial may reach an early and unfavorable conclusion. Why do I always seem to be so up against it?
Hold it!
No time to change after work, you say. Are you also a member of the police, Mrs. Beat? Oh no, sadly not. It's a job for a strapping young man only. Strapping? What? Women, children, and the elderly can't even apply. Well, I think you can probably see why children and the elderly can't do the job, can you? Big and strong, what? I think Rolly looks ever so handsome in this uniform. It suits you down the ground, doesn't it, darling? I just realized that they both wear the same scarves. Strapping. I thought it meant doing something. Ah. Okay, I understand now. I just finished my beat. What? Pat and I were heading back to the station. I was actually planning on getting changed there. Is he talking in his sleep? This is creepy. Look at those eyes. Oh my god. Show dorps. Oh no, really. I much prefer you in the uniform. Sometimes I don't recognize you when I see you in plain clothes. Oh dear, that doesn't seem healthy. Yeah, kinda. It's like when your husband wearing big, how do you call them? Beard, not a beard. And then he's like suddenly getting rid of it. It looks like a baby. Kindly adhere to the point. You were going for a meal after you had finished your beat for the day, correct? Husband? What? There's lots of videos on YouTube where husbands shave their beards. Well, usually they make their babies to react to it, and babies usually do not recognize the father and they start crying. That's right, sir, yes. It's a boy talking. That's right, sir, yes. Although I was feared to drop, to be honest, after spending the whole day on my feet. But policing is my life, sir. As long as I am the proud owner of this, I'll serve my city and my queen to the end. Good for you. What's that now? My warrant card, sir. Prove that I'm a London copper. It has the noble founding principles of the force written on it as a reminder to all us policemen of our sworn duty. Yeah, most men kinda do. It's like, beard is like a makeup for man. It changes the face and most of the time looks cheaty. To patrol the streets of London town and uphold the peace of the common man. Sir, and for such noble cause, I cover 20 miles every single day without failing, without a grumble. Because I know that the plodding of my boots is all Londoners need to hear to feel safe and secure. Yeah, I feel very safe when I see you. my big boy. So, fighting crime doesn't appear to come into it then, huh? I gotta say I'm a little bit lost in the last sentences. But just on that one particular day, I was looking forward to celebrating my wedding anniversary. Mrs. Oh my god. Oh, look at his... He looks so happy. Oh my god, they look so happy. Oh, look at that! So cute. Mrs. Beat puts up with a lot of being married to a bobby like me. I wanted to show my dear wife how much I care. Oh, Pat. Oh, Rolly. Too sweet. Oh, what a charming couple. Their young love is such a joy to behold. If a little over the top, perhaps? Nah, it's fine. It's fine. It's not like they're like sticking their tongues all over the place on some sub or something. It's young kids these days. Ugh. And then, kindly describe what happened next.
Hold it!
Two silhouettes? That's right, they were coming towards us, walking towards you. This makes no sense. So we're facing you. It's kind of... Rubbing noses. Sometimes. Okay. There was a rather plump figure followed by a scrawny, thin-looking man. Are you sure that it was a man though? You just see silhouettes and that's it. It does sound exactly like the victim as pictured in this print, and like Mr. Natsume. Yes, unfortunately it does. And you're certainly certain that at the time there was nobody else nearby. Oh yes, quite certain. It was dark. Well, there are street lights on Briar Road, you see? There was nobody else around at all. Isn't that right, my darling? Wait, I think he's staggering a little bit. Well, it's not really around his neck. He'll be fine. Yes, that's right. Of course, there was a light fog on the ground. But Briar Road is dead straight, and you could see a fairly long way down the pavement. And then there's the street lighting as well. I didn't see any other pedestrians. Hottie treatment. Yeah, I guess. Wait a few more through until she finds a suspicious note from another woman in your book. Before sleep takes a firm hold, you answer, please. Your answer, please, Mr. Beat. Are you quite sure of what you've just said? Are you? I can't read. Yes, sir. As a copper who spent all day, every day, keeping watch on the streets, I swear to it, sir. I'm sure As my love for Patricia is true. Oh, Pat. Oh, Raleigh.
Look at them.
Sick. They're still maintaining there was no one else around other than the victim and the attacker. It's starting to seem like that must be how it really happened. It's beginning to seem like there's nowhere to run. Well, that didn't stop Mr. Natsume, did it? He fled the scene all too convincingly. Oh. Convincingly? I got it right.
Oh, thank you. I believe we have a reasonably clear idea of the situation just before the incident. Crucial moment.
Hold it!
Scattered something. What do you mean by that? Oh, well, I couldn't quite make out what it was at the time. But then when we got closer, we realized what it was. Didn't we, darling? What? Oh, yes, that's right. It was some old books.
Oh, I see. Old books.
Just like you.
The culprit had dropped a number of them.
Oh, all around when the victim lay on the pavement.
Oh, indeed. It's clearly pictured in this photographic print.
That rotten Japanese man did that when he did the deed.
Hold it!
Let's not forget that it remains to be established that the defendant was indeed the attacker. But we saw him. It was the man in the dock without the question, sir. The mustache, the hunched back, the cat-like eyes, the turned mouth, the snub nose, everything. Any more insults you want to throw in? That's right. He looked down at that poor defenseless woman with those terrifying intense eyes.
In your picture, the man looks a little bit taller than the defendant is, actually.
And then suddenly threw his books onto the pavement and ran away.
Yeah, because that person collapsed and he just looked down and like to check out what happened. He probably just saw the knife there. He freaked out and dropped the books and ran away. That's what happened. I see. But he didn't do it. I mean, he didn't stab her.
This is tough. They seem as though they're telling the truth here.
May I remind the court that this unambiguous testimony comes from a policeman and his wife.
And?
No, please continue.
Yes, sir. Sir.
Goes back to sleep.
Hold it!
I think this is the last I didn't press on. I have no idea what to do. Was it your husband who went to fetch help?
No, I went. I may not be a police officer myself, but I am a proud wife of one after all. Isn't that right, my darling?
I just love the way she smiles when she does it.
I asked Mrs. B to go, yeah. I was off duty by that point. But a Bobby is never truly off duty, of course, so I felt obliged to stay and guard the scene.
Very laudable, Mr. Bede. Preserving the scene of a crime and is a task of a considerable importance.
That's why I sent Patricia, you see. I told her where to find the right police box.
Forgive my ignorance, but what do you mean exactly by the right police box?
Yeah.
Are there wrong ones?
It depends on the crime's location, you see, as to who deals with it. Where the woman was stabbed wasn't actually on my beat. So, I told Patricia to the way to the police box, to the for the beat the incident fell under, for so she could go and report it. I ran there as quickly as I could and asked for help from the Bobby on duty. There is nothing more potent than a young couple in love working together, you know?
And thanks to your swift response, the case was quickly resolved. The actions of two model citizens.
Oh, please, you're making us blush, isn't he, darling? Yes, sir. That Patricia said what Patricia said, sir.
Let's move on, shall we?
But I already pressed on the last statement. Mr. Lawyer, sir, can I ask you something?
Yeah, sure.
Well, you keep asking us all these questions about everything we have told you, so... It seems like you don't believe our testimony. Is that right? Is it? Well, out with it.
It's really not that at all.
My husband's a policeman, remember? And I know what I saw. I remember every last detail. Everything. Like... Oh, I know. What about the books the man dropped? I could tell you the names of every single one. I could. Every single one.
Really? So, wait, what's with his hat? Was that there before? I just noticed that it's patched. What happened? Did he fall? She was there for like probably a minute or something, because she was made to run to the box to report the crime. I noticed now, yes. So how did she memorize all the names of the books?
And you dare to question how reliable my memory is.
Oh, okay, maybe you should name the books. The bookses? The books.
No, it won't do at all. The Japanese lawyer has no idea what I'm capable of.
Perhaps you would like the opportunity to supplement your testimony, Mrs. Bede. Might that appease you? I think the judge is a little bit afraid of her. Yeah, I bet she will grow into quite a scary woman.
Oh, thank you, my lord. That would settle things nicely. Wouldn't it, darling? It's like he's not here. He's seen a sweet dream. Like, it's probably like 7th dream now.
Don't bother you.
Go on.
Hold it!
Yes, we know that there were books dropped at the scene of the crime, as you say. Those purchased by the accused at the nearby second-hand bookshop of the day in question. Sick. Okay, I'll use this. After I'd been to the police box for help, I decided to have a good look all over the area for good measure. I am a proud policeman's wife after all. I did it for Raleigh. And what was your husband doing at the time? Oh, he was lying face down in the snow, getting some well-deserved. Just saying it. It's so plain, it's normal for him to collapse there. He works ever so hard, you know, ever so hard. Don't you, my darling? Interesting way of guarding the scene of the crime. True.
Well, Mrs. Beat, seeing as you have regaled the court with the tales of your powers of recollection, would you be so kind as to recount the titles of the... I'm surprised the judge says that. Wow, you're smart. I wanted to say that.
I'd be happy to. Now, are you all in listening?
The picture of Monsieur somebody or other. Is that the name? Literally. And what's it earnings? Then there was a meal of someone, and the last one was definitely the thingamies something. I mean, it's still impressive that she remembers something if she like took a quick look at it. I wouldn't remember anything. But from what she says, there were 4 books, while accused only took 3 books that day.
You see?
Yes, I see there are 1 or 2 holes in your memory.
Oh well, they were along those lines, I'm quite sure.
There were indeed books found at the scene with titles along those lines, as you put it.
Oh well, what did I tell you? So I think it's very mean the way you have been implying that my testimony can't be trusted. Don't you agree, darling?
No! He has a gun! He's scary. I'm scared.
Anyone who upsets my Patricia will have to have me to answer to.
Do you even know how to use it? Oh. Terrifying. Indeed. Yes, she really is. So, that's it, isn't it? Their entire testimony. What do you think, Mr. Naruhodo? Well, I hate to... already went through it. But nothing changed. Why? Why not? Four books. But...
Hold it!
No! Fuck! I didn't want to press. I wanted to present. At least I think I should be.
I should save before doing it. And that is...
Objection!
So, you're saying that there were 4 books. That's right, I remember all of them. Yeah, you said that. Not exactly. I'm sorry, Mrs. Beat. But there is a fundamental flaw in that statement of yours. Oh no! What flaw? Simply that at the scene of the crime, there were only 3 books, not 4. I mean, you can't say that at the crime scene there could be more. The picture shows 3, but what if the picture doesn't show all of them? That's 1. And I only come from that the knowledge that defendant bought 3 books from the store that we know from receipt. But what if he never was at the crime scene? But yeah, the books would be too much of a coincidence, I guess. This is the receipt from the bookshop where the defendant bought his books. Your books? Yes, and it details Mr. Natsume purchases that day. But as you can see, only 3 books are listed. Only 3? But no, that can't be. I remember seeing them. There were 4 books, I tell you. 4 dirty old books. Oh, really? Have a good look at this photographic print of the scene of the crime. I usually do. As you can clearly see from the evidence as well, there are only 3 books. But I just don't believe it. I saw them there. I swear it. I saw them. I remember my mom told me a few times to me, like, she really liked this feature of mine as a kid. Like, I would say something wrong and then like stop for a second and fix myself. I guess it comes from there. It's just, it's with me. No, madam, I'm afraid your powers of observation cannot be relied upon. Unreliable. Yeah, kids can't be cute, who would think? So, cannot be denied that though you say it was the defendant you saw, you could very well be mistaken. Oh no! Oh no, 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 no! No!
Objection!
Is she holding him on the scarf? Did you see it? It's plainly evident that it is your powers of deduction that cannot be relied upon, my learned Nipponese friend. What? Can I have some? what cannot be denied is that these two witnesses saw the accused running from the scene. A fact that you know very well you have no hope of disproving. Blood. I think it's wine. So, you have striven to avert attention from that by dint of some inconsequential discrepancies? Would that be fair? I'm just trying to cheat. Shut up. He sees right through me. But your plan has somewhat recoiled against you. What are you talking about? It's quite simple. Let me explain this with a toast. It can be a toast if only one human is drinking here. To the policeman's wife and her entirely accurate testimony in every respect. What do you mean? You see, the matter is not up for the debate. At the scene of Bry Road, a total of 4 books were most definitely found. Aha. Interesting. Then?
Objection!
But what about the photographic print? They just not all of them fit in there. Quite right. Only 3 can be seen in that print. Maybe one is in the purse, or it's just beyond the picture. You mean to say? Another one that shows the victim's hand. Did she eat the book? The lion's pride. Lion. She was hungry. It's the 4th book. That probably belongs to her because she's holding it, so I mean, well, the testimony is not wrong then, as you will observe. The 4th book was hidden from the view in the original print by the victim's torso. Why didn't you present this picture as an evidence earlier? Updated autopsy report, hey? I feel like that's coming up soon. Lion's pride. Hey, I wonder. Maybe, I don't know. Maybe she stole it, jumped out of the window and dropped on the knife. There, you see? You see? Look at that. Look. Look. Yes, I see. It's just like I said, isn't it, my darling? Yes, sir. Patricia's always right, sir. That's what you have to repeat every day to survive, I see. Let us study the receipt for the books purchased by the accused on the day in question. Mrs. Bede, the titles once said, if you please. Again, wait, what? Oh yes, of course, the picture of Monsieur somebody of or other. Lecoq. What's it? Earnings? Canterbury earnings. A meal of someone. A meal for... Wait, let's just say... for someone. Kaboryo, in fact, Ro. As the court has just heard, the witness remembers the book titles flawlessly, save for a few minor details. I mean, if you can't call it flawless if it's not flawless. Mrs. Beat's power, but I mean, it's still impressive. I wouldn't. Maybe 1. Mrs. Beat's powers of recollection can only be described as exceptional. Good memory. I'm envious. Did you hear that, Raleigh? The gentleman paid me a compliment. Yes, sir. Flawless, sir. Patricia is flawless. But there are only 3 books on the receipt. And Mrs. Beat mentioned 4. There's nothing surprising about that. Really? Clearly the fourth book is that which is shown in this photographic print. I'm sorry, Consul, but does that not seem odd? Why should the 4th book be omitted from the receipt? It's not odd at all, my lord. As the photograph clearly shows, the 4th book was found in the victim's clutches. In other words, it belongs to the victim. The victim was holding her own book? Surprisingly. People hold books. I wonder what became of that 4th book. Yeah. Who ate it? Obviously, it wasn't overlooked by investigating officers at Scotland Yard. Well, at least something you haven't missed. I have it here as evidence. Oh. Okay, let me take it. Yeah, let's see. Second... oh, wait. So, photograph? Uh-huh. How about the book? Uh-huh. Lion's Pride... The prosecution rests. You wanna sleep too? The most sleepy stream. Book. It's burned. There was fire in their place. Van gets access to evidence you don't have. Because he works with the police more tightly than I do. No, wait, what do you mean? Let me see. It's a book entitled The Lion's Pride. I'm afraid I don't know any English literature at all, so it wouldn't be something I've heard. Wait a minute. The Lion's Pride. What a coincidence, you don't know any literature, but the first one you see is something you can recognize. That's strange. I think I have heard of a book by that name before, and very recently too. Thanks to someone. I know that too. I heard it. It's a title I recognize too, Mr. Naruhodo. Oh, look at this. The book has been badly burned. You're right. You'd never be able to read it as in this state, especially not the letter pages. What a terrible waste. Judging from the scorched edges of the paper, I think the damage must have occurred very recently. A book. Recently damaged by fire. Why does that seem to raise a red flag for me? I mean, surely it should have looked weird to police. They sold the fucking book, right? And they're like, this book belonged to the victim, but it wasn't fire. Nah, it doesn't have any connection to the case, of course. Has brain. Ugh. I have nothing further to add. What? You seem surprised, my learned friend. But your resistance until now has been in vain. Entertaining, yes, but futile. The spurious longer route to the accused lodgings that you try to establish in your summation examination and the attempted discrediting of witnesses' powers of recollection in your cross-examination. Futile? I walked right into this, didn't I? You see, everything we have said is true. Isn't that right, my darling? Yes, Pat. Marry me, Pat. But you're already married. So, perhaps the ladies and gentlemen of the jury would like to reconsider their positions. No! Should the court waste any more time on this Nipponese travesty? Or is the decision you have to make all too apparent already? You have heard all of the witnesses and seen all of the evidence. This trial has run its course. Mr. Naruhoda, I'm afraid we are in a terrible precarious position. I know, but if I fight back in the wrong way now, I could very well just make matters worse. And let's not do anything. What? What do you mean? We're gonna carry my Objection? Wait and see. No? Keep quiet now and see what happens.
Well, it appears the defense has no objection at this.
Was I not clear? But he said otherwise. Don't scream at me. Oh my god.
From my decided to let the sweat drip from my trembling brow in silence. It must be even more, I don't know. I don't know, no. I'd like some music playing to that.
You're so right, sorry. If I don't say anything now, it's... no. Why did you... I did this only because he said that... fuck you.
Hold it!
No! Wait! The defense!
Objection!
The defense will have to wait. Because that... illusion of choice. Well, it's not illusion of choice, like you did your choice, but you get punished for it. The last cross-examination was your final chance to establish credible defense and you failed. The die has been cast. There is no more room for debate.
But it didn't land yet. Well, it may be over as far as you're concerned, but...
But?
can't think of what to say. Yeah, you will think of it. It will come when you are in the shower later this day. Just you wait. Relatable. If I may, Lord 16, it seems somewhat boorish to close down the debate at this point. Oh. Your insignificant little Eastern Isle must be a lawless hole indeed. Oh really, look who's saying. For a lowly judicial assistant to have the audacity to intervene at a moment like this. How many innocent people, how many innocent people have you put in jail? I'd like to know. I should... Yeah, me too. I think pretty much all the people who are not very well, very good at... with their tongue. Oh, don't be sad, Susato. Fuck him. He's an asshole. I am, to my shame, still a very inexperienced lawyer. So you will have to forgive me, but I consider my assistant's advice essential and her opinions invaluable. Mr. Naruhodo! You're important, Susato. One of this land's great guiding principles is tolerance. So, the court will hear you, madam. Go ahead, Miss Susato. Please. Very well. Pray, what insight can you give us? What have we all overlooked in this matter that you see fit to pursue further? Well, the court has been presented with new evidence, but only after the last cross-examination finished. I see. And you believe that this new evidence warrants further examination, do you? Mr. Naruhodo, what do you think? It's just possible that this new evidence might be the decisive proof we have been waiting for. The judge is sure to ask the members of the jury to announce their leanings in the moment. Which joke? And of course, he is sure to ask you to explain what the crucial piece of evidence is and why. So we must take this opportunity to examine the newly presented evidence as thoroughly as possible. Yes, I understand, and thank you, Mrs. Sato. But I checked it. I checked it. Ew. The defense wishes to present evidence, my lord. Yeah, we do. Further piece of evidence. What do you mean? Apparently offers a profound insight into this case. It's a book?
Take that!
Okay. The fourth book found in the victim's hand.
Objection!
We have already discussed the fourth book at length. Other than it being in the victim's grasp at the time of the incident, no significance has been attached to it. You must be fucking blind, dude. Like, you never thought that it would be weird for a victim to carry a burned book with her? Pursuing the matter further would be a flagrant waste of court's time, as you all know. Evidence contained hitherto undiscovered clue. To see. True. Look at him. He's drunk. So, I must assist that you elaborate, counsel. You will identify this clue at once. Do I make myself clear? Yes, my lord. It's, Mr. Naruhodo, I believe the prosecution is trying to avoid a thorough examination of the evidence, which means you may very well be on the right track. I mean, obviously, this is the only track I have, really. Until now, is that how you pronounce it? Hitherto? Hitherto? So, counsel, precisely where the vital clue... It's right there. You blind assholes. Ah, wait. I'm not presenting it. He, there, too. Okay.
Got it!
Did I get it? The back? Would you? Good gracious! Oh, it's been burned to crisp! So, we have to ask ourselves, why was the victim clutching that what is clearly an unreadable book? It is undeniably an extremely unnatural thing for her to have been doing. Yeah,
Objection!
but I already know what he's gonna say, like... And... I kind of like... How are we gonna disconnect it to anything? I don't have any evidences. Were I to concede a point, if it bears no relation to the case, there is nothing to discuss. So, should you wish to assert that this fire damage is some veiled clue as to what happened that day, pray, do enlighten us all. What truth does this charred book hide? Charred book. There's just one possibility here, which I can't quite bring myself to rule out. It's an outside chance, certainly, but worth a try. Alright, I'll explain my theory. Don't keep us waiting any longer. Owner. The burn on the back of this book reveals a startling truth. Startling. About the book's owner. Am I online? I mean, you just messaged, but I just got notification again, as if my stream just ended. Weird. Sec. Yep. Let me see if other stuff works. Seems to be.
I beg your pardon.
But we already know who the book belongs to. The victim was gripping it in her hand as she fell to the floor. After all, it's obviously hers. The question of how this book came to be in the victim's hand has yet to be answered. However, as to the questions of who the book really belongs to and where it originated, the defense has very credible answers.
No, it's not the troll. Streamlabs totally sent me my stream stats, which is weird. It only happens when the stream is over. Good gracious, how can you possibly? Very well. I'll play along with this futile attempt to delay your inevitable demise. But do remember, the members of the jury may well burn you if your little gamble goes awry.
Burn isn't a little bit too much.
1 hour? Come on, we haven't been talking about just the book of a whole hour. It was more books before. Would be. Counsel, the defense's response here is very likely to influence the final outcome of this trial. So, tell the court, who do you claim the owner of this book Look at him.
She's so cute. Oh my god.
There you go. Well, he's the owner, right? Yeah.
Take that!
The answer is that the book belongs to the couple who own the house where the defendant has his lodgings. A certain Mr. and Mrs. Garridup. I like this music. We're getting to it. Couple. Shit! I can't. You just can't hold the secrets. The landlords? And whether this is some extraordinary coincidence or some kind of fated work, I won't know, but of all the people in London, one of the 6 chosen for jury duty in this courtroom today is none other than Mrs. Garridup herself.
Oh my goodness, me?
Well, he didn't say he didn't point at you though. You could just stay silent.
I think you must be mistaken, sir. I'm not Mr. Garridup's wife. I'm his maid.
Things would be so much easier if you would just drop the pretense. Right then. How about a simple question for you? Have you ever seen this book in Mr. Garridup's house? I would never presume to know all of the books he keeps, sir.
Objection!
This is outlandish behavior. This woman is the accused landlady. You say. You implicate this hard-working member of the public. You besmirch her without a shred of evidence. Your actions are unforgivable.
Objection!
This is not mere conjecture. The defense happens to know that on the day in question, at almost exactly the same time as the victim was stabbed on the pavement below,
Another incident was taking place in the court, in the room on the top floor of Mr. and Mrs. Garridap's house.
Good lord. What sort of incident, Counsel?
A fire, my lord.
Afraid to say it was. It happened in the blink of an eye, you know. The whole place filled with fire and smoke. I couldn't see a bully thing. Didn't take long for the fire to spread, of course. The bully furniture started going up as well. Worst of it is, I lost my favorite book called The Lion's Pride.
Have I ever seen him making that face before? This is creepy.
The Lion's Pride. The very same title that's the subject of this debate.
Oh dear me.
Objection!
This is... All you've told the court is that the book by the same name was involved in the fire.
Yeah, what a coincidence, right?
In which case, it would be reasonable to assume that it was burned to ashes.
Well, considering that the fire that I've seen the mark of, most of the books are like they were slightly burned. Most of the fire took place on the floor, and entirely unreasonable to infer that it magically removed itself to the scene of the crime. That's why I think she fell from the window or something. I don't know. Maybe she was trying to steal from the house. Someone in the house saw her, stabbed her, and she fell off the window. Holding a book as a final thing she was holding. I don't know. Perhaps it would make more sense if I told you that the cause of the fire was marital discord. Nobody stabbed her. She fell on the knife, right? I know. Without going into detail, it appears that Mrs. Garridap was considerably enraged. Apparently she continued to attack Mr. Garridap even amid the flames. Oh, how awful! I can't even imagine being so horrid to the one you love. Can you really? Somehow I can. I see it in the very near future for this couple. If not already behind the scenes. Absolutely not, sir. My Patricia would never raise a finger against me, sir. Blink twice if you need help. Had all my favorite old novels in that case. Yeah, see? The books are fine, just a little bit charred, slightly. As soon as the fire got hold of them, that was it. Whoosh! Up in smoke. Then the wife started hurling things at me. There was I, back up against the window under the heavy enemy fire. Incendiary books coming 10 to the dozen. You know what? The victim kind of has similar... I don't know. I wanted... I had a theory that she has similar physique with the victim. His wife, I mean. Has similar physique to the victim's one. What if the victim was in their house somehow? Maybe stealing something? And he came up thinking it was his wife, starting like, I don't know, getting touchy. The wife saw it and took a knife, wanted to attack maybe him, but somehow attacked the woman, and the woman flew out the window. That's a little bit too much, no? Yeah, exactly. She did think he was cheating because there was a note from some woman that didn't even have his name on. Like, it was towards another man. Mistress. I don't know.
The man had his back up against the window and he had burning books thrown at him? Goodness gracious. Are you suggesting that the book was thrown through the window and landed coincidentally at the scene of the...
Nah. At first I thought, okay, maybe it hit her head and she fell. But how do you explain the fucking knife? And she wouldn't hold the book.
Objection!
No. A thorough investigation of the surrounding area was conducted the very evening of the incident. And there is no report of the Gyarados window pane being broken. Maybe it was open? Well, it's winter. Fuck! There goes my theory. We also saw no sign of broken glass when we visited the Gyarados household. But is it not conceivable that the window was open at the time? Not even remotely. Let us not forget the season and the chilling weather that accompanies it. No landowner, sorry, would ever leave a window open in the middle of the winter.
Does the defense postulate the scenario in all seriousness, Counsel? Do you earnestly claim that the book found at the scene was flaming projectile thrown by Mr. Gyarados' wife? I have no idea.
I believe it's a possibility, my lord. Hey? Well, I hope that everyone can see you for what you are now, you little foreign trickster. You call yourself a lawyer, but you are just a coward. A mean coward. Really? Claiming that our little thief set the whole neighborhood alight. Honestly. Okay. Don't stop. I didn't mean it. Keep going. Implying that I'm merely posing as a maid for appearance's sake. How could you? It's nothing to do with this beastly case. Not any of it. Can we see your, I don't know, documents? Like passport or something? All you've done is sully our family's name. No. I assure you, that was never my intention. Dragging an upstanding citizen's name through the mud simply to divert against from your failing defense. Yeah, so smart. I mean, you can't really prove anything for it. But the thing is, to be a jury, they don't even like check your documents. They don't know your name, like first name, second name, but officially. Like, what the fuck is this? They would know. I should box your ears. That's what I should do. It's utterly unforgivable.
Too right.
Here we go again.
How long have we sat here now listening to this Nipponi spouting out his fancy foreign theories?
Randomly selected and get mail. Okay. Don't they still check your documents or anything when you come to the court?
At the end of the day, the only person who could possibly have stabbed the victim is that little hunchback with a mustache.
Wow. Yes, he ran away from the scene. He ran away from the scene, yeah. See? See? That's what I'm talking about. The court should know who she is. So her trying to hide her identity is just ridiculous. I do declare you're right. Ah, it's true. Yes. What did I tell you?
Yeah, makes sense to me.
Sorry. What is that? Fuck.
Well, it would appear that ladies and gentlemen of the jury are once again in full agreement. What is your position, Lord von Zieks? Who's asking him? In truth, my lord, I feel these have been unnecessarily protracted proceedings.
Maybe, I don't know, weird.
Would be weird. But then, one must always exercise patience in order to savor the best vintage.
No, wait! Don't go. Wait, but I want some. The mystery of the fourth book still had... Yeah, with all the nonsense in this courtroom. This behavior is alright. Average income to be a jury. That's a weird requirement, but okay. Above average. If books are your predilection, my learned friend, study them on your own time. We just keep silence till the end of the day and then go home. What? No forgave the courtesy this time? Nah, he's quite comfortable now.
In that case, ladies and gentlemen of the jury, you will now state your individual decisions regarding the...
Guilty!
Of course.
Guilty!
Yeah.
Guilty.
Guilty! Guilty!
Oh shit. Did it do this before? I'm not sure.
Thank you for that unambiguous response.
Oh, interesting. I think we will. I bet. Actually, I don't know. Is that like, can we? I think we did it twice already. Before, if I'm not mistaken. Mr. Naruhodo, don't give up. Or not. Miss Susato, have you forgotten? The battle isn't over yet. You're not suggesting... Of course! The defendant has the right to another summation examination at this point. Yeah, I love my life.
Were you? No? You believe you still have tricks up your sleeve?
I mean, that's the only thing I can try. I intend to uncover the truth. This is no time to be downcast. As long as there is a chance, I have to stay strong and determined. No! I wanted to end the stream when the screen to be continued would be. I'm not sure I will be able to finish this case today, but I'd like to continue with this summation examination. I'm sorry. As I said earlier, I should be streaming this kind of thing earlier in my place. It's a late stream and like middle of the night, and I'm quite loud with everything. Thank you. Stop counting. Okay.
The accused left behind evidence at the scene, didn't he? Those 3 books of his.
If there was some novel alternative explanation about how victim was stabbed, I might reconsider.
Good idea.
Even if the woman was throwing books, it might be related to the... Why is it so loud? To the crime, if the window was closed, can it?
I have no idea. What did you watch?
Dearie me, it was only a little book, hardly life-threatening, even with a direct hit.
Look, I just want to get this over with.
Not helping me here at all.
Come to think of it, we had a fire at home a while ago. It gave me sneezes.
Huh.
My learned student friend was unable to find fault in the previous witness testimony.
Excuse me?
So the court must accept the fact that it was indeed the accused seen fleeing from the scene. And moreover...
Stop destroying such nice wine.
No one else was even at the scene to commit the crime. Well, if the eyewitnesses are correct, it would seem as if the conclusion is somewhat set in stone.
Nice choice.
I fail to see how it can be argued any other way.
That means I'm afraid that during the summation examination, It's essential that you establish some other tangible explanation for the facts. Quite an old one. But how? What would even constitute a tangible explanation here? Isn't it obvious? Who stabbed the woman and how? Those two details are all you need to provide. No, it's not my job to do this. This is police's job. All I need to do is to prove that it wasn't my defendant. Simply give us a name and a method. What? By which attack was conducted. Are you fucking serious? And there, I was thinking this might be hard. But Mr. Naruhodo, you have to do it. Otherwise, this really will be where the trial ends. How can I tell them who did this? No pressure then.
That's quite enough preamble.
Okay. Am I? Yeah, very prepared, of course. Is going to be juror number 4, the maid. Or should I say Mrs. Garrida? We have a book that disappeared from the Garridab's house on the evening of incident, and the 4th book found in the victim's hand. There must be the way to link the two. Yes, that's what we have to find, using every technique I have learned in the short career so far, whatever it takes. Don't forget to keep an eye on Mrs. Garridab and how she reacts, even to the things other people say. Oh, thanks for the hint. Thank you.
Oh, walking again?
No, 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 no. Well, once I pressure them, maybe. I just press them all, just in case. No walking. But as we all know, there were 4 books, not 3. Well, what difference does it make? There is every possibility that the 4th book in fact belongs to the defendant's landlord. Do I cut them? Yes. Oh. That's the part I have a problem with. Sorry. Well, the point... The woman was stabbed. This landlord fellow was at home, wasn't it? He enjoying a fiery scrap with his wife or something, you said. That's not exactly how I put it, no. Well, anyway, the point is, the fellow and his wife were somewhere else when it happened. And... I think that's what you call a strong alibi. So, it couldn't have been the landlord who did it, which only leaves the Nipponese fellow. Honestly, I can't see what all this thing is about. It's a done deal, isn't it? I suppose it is. So, you might be willing to change your decision, you mean? Oh my, such delight in your face. But I'm afraid I shan't be swayed by emotion. Despite what you may think of me, I am very modern, metropolitan, and rational woman. That's great. If one reads the morning papers, it's all forgotten by tea time, isn't it? So why read them in the first place? Is it though? I thought only I have such bad memory. Weird words. Weird, like I assume they assume that you're supposed to know them. You can just Google them these days. You see, modern metropolitan and rational thinking, wouldn't you say? And not at all extreme. There's literally like Google Chrome also has something similar where you can like highlight any like even few words, then press right button of the mouse and choose search that, and just literally opens these words in the search, Google search, which is very useful. So despite one or two minor puzzlements, I do declare that the man is overwhelmingly guilty. Modern, metropolitan, and rational logic, wouldn't you say? But us modern gals are always delighted to embrace new fads, you know. So, I'd be only too happy to consider an exciting new theory if you could come up with one. I'd be happy to do that too, if only I could. Let's do our very best not to disappoint the modern metropolitan young lady. This pressure didn't help me at all. Even if the woman is throwing books, I can't be related. Can it?
Hold it!
I don't know. Can it? You tell me. But what about the possibility that the window was open? We already talked about it. What about it? I mean, there's just no way it could have been. How can you be so sure? The prosecutor fellow over there said it earlier, didn't he? Winters in London are no joke. You don't want to invite that sort of cold indoors. So no, that window wasn't open. Us Londoners like sitting by the fire and staying warm, see? But you couldn't categorically state the window wasn't open, could you? I mean, could have been open for a little bit after the fire was extinguished to get rid of the smell? It just wasn't. They wouldn't have opened it. Then what's the point in even having windows? Huh? Dude. Consul, you will kindly refrain from childish bickering. Oh, I'm sorry. Somehow I need to show there is an undeniable possibility that the window was open. Because this young man isn't going to budge otherwise. Do I present? You can't present. So I can only... okay. Exactly what I said, David. But you do not open the window during the fire, you only open it after it's extinguished. Because if you open it during the fire, you will die, most likely. Don't do it. Because the fire will spread so much quicker. Also, the smoke gets even worse once you open the window. Dearie me. Oh yeah, I get what? Press everyone. Nice. The little book was on fire at the time, was it not? With flames of love, I'll have you know. There's really no such thing as a loving incendiary bomb. What did she do? Did she slap that man? Are you okay? Well, he brought it upon himself. It's playing with fire to betray a fiery love. Isn't it? Well, don't you agree? I agree. Any kind of betrayal is certainly a bad thing, yes. But I think the argument might have arisen out of your misunderstanding, Mrs. Garrida. Never you mind that. The point is, we were just having a jovial little dispute, nothing more. Stop. Okay? It's okay. He's a tough guy. And I won't have any more of these suggestions that it was anything whatsoever to do with this crime. Oh, sorry. It's just my, like, yeah, gotta look at him every moment. Right. Well, we'll see about that. But what about juror number 5? What about? He doesn't seem to be turning a hair at Mrs. Garridap's relentless onslaughts. He doesn't care. It's almost as though he's used to it. What a gentle soul he is. What are you suggesting? What do you mean he's used to it? Are all men in this case abused by their women? What is this? Husband in disguise. What? What? I wouldn't even guess. This is a great disguise though. Is it?
Hold it!
You just want to get this over with. How can you sit there and say something like that? A man's future is at stake there. Well, him and me both. We had this same conversation before. He said he's even working... He said he has a wife and kids. I don't think that couple has kids. My missus isn't one to mess about, no. She can be fierce, believe you me. See? Every man. Poor man. Why not? I don't know. He wanted a day off secretly. Another shining example of marital bliss then. Oh my god, no, Naruhodo. Poor Naruhodo will think that it's not a good idea to get married that way. You'll find the right one. A situation like this cropped up the other day. It was, well, do you know, it's funny, but I can't quite remember. What do you mean? How? It was too frightening, that's the thing. I must have blocked it out. How bad should it be that he's blocked it out? I wonder if Mr. Beat, still will ever be dragged into the Thames by his scarf. Don't even go there, Miss Sato. There must be some way to jog his memory about this. But I have no idea how. Because I can't present anything. Susato doesn't DKP, she literally thrown me on the ground over herself like 3 or 4 times earlier in this game, so slap is nothing against what she can do to you. She might be not the right choice. Wait, what? What did... Fuck. I forgot to press the guy. Demonstrate who, apart from Mr. Nuts... Yeah. Yeah, but as I said, it's worse.
Hold it!
Does that have anything to do with your decision about the defendant's culpability in this case? Maybe we'll just wait till we find someone better. Sorry, what? You'll have to speak up, lad. Could you tell us more about that fire? Oh, it was last winter. My grandchildren baked me a lovely cake on my birthday. Oh my god, this is the sweetest thing. Grandchildren's baking cake for Grandpa. I'm gonna get teary-eyed. I mean, they have to be old enough to be able to bake a cake. Kudos to you, like being still here with us. You know, it must be old. It had 75. You're 75 candles on the top, indeed. But a sight to behold. It was probably more candles than a cake. You put candles on a cake? Was it some kind of devil worship? Oh, you guys don't do that? It's fine. Of course not. It was an angel cake to celebrate my birthday, obviously. Yeah, obviously. It seems that a common custom here in Great Britain, Mr. Naruhodo. Anyway, I mustered all my puff to blow them all out. Only I must have blown wrong some way. The flames didn't go out, but candles went flying all over the room. The furniture caught and everything went up. The whole place filled with smoke. The fire. There's too many coincidences with this dude. This is so weird. 6-year-old. Must have been tasty. Definitely sounds like devil worship to me. Shut up. And by sneezes, I presume you mean a cold. But how did you catch a cold from a fire? Ah, what a fiasco it was. The grandchildren, bless them, threw water over me as they tried to put out the flames. And then, because the whole room had filled up with smoke, of course, we had to open all the windows to clear it. The windows were open. Who would tell a 6-year-old the cake was a very evil person? The beating winter air rushed over me like the devil dancing on my grave indeed. Oh my god, what a description. I caught a terrible cold from it. It put me in hospital for a while. I won't forget that birthday in a hurry. I'm so sorry. I knew it was devil worship all along. Grandchildren secretly worshipping the devil and trying to sacrifice their grandpa. What a turn. But something about this old man's story is playing on my mind for some reason. The candles, the window. We need to demonstrate. Was that her initial statement? What is that? Oh, he changed statement, so I assume she did too?
Objection!
Talking about me? I had sleep.
They do? How exactly, Council?
Don't point at me again. I told you, it wasn't me. What did you say? Speak up, lad. Speak up. Juror number 3, did you see? Oh, me? See what, sir? Did you hear juror number 6's account on his birthday celebrations last year? It seems despite being a Londoner, he once opened his window in the middle of the winter. Well, yes, of course, because it was an emergency. I mean, obviously, if the room was filled with smoke from fire, then you'd be mad not to open the... Walking! Exactly. This makes me so happy. Looks 3D. Unbelievable, isn't it? We are living in 3D world. I'm just happy for this series. On the day in question, at the time of the incident, there was a fire at the Garrideb household. Next. Yeah, huh? We'll have to wait another 20 years or so. 10? 10. And Mr. Garrideb had the following to say about it. The whole place filled with smoke.
Oh my.
What is that? She brought tea with her.
Excuse me.
What is it? Huh? What is it? Do you have something to say about that? Mrs. Garrett. Oh, dear me. Those cheeks. What is the meaning of this? How dare you imply that I'm hiding who I really am? It's imperative that you confirm something for the court. So please, it's time to drop the pretense now. What is it? When the first fire started in your house that day, did you or your husband open the window? What? I beg your pardon? What are you insinuating? The room would have been thick with smoke after the carpet and bookcase caught fire as they did. In a situation like that, it's inconceivable that you wouldn't have opened the window. And what if we did? All right then. Yes, you are right. My husband was frantically trying to open the window, which can't have been easy, since I continued to give him a justly deserved book battering. No tricks. Yeah, I didn't know though. But I wouldn't put her in... Well, I wouldn't put her here anyway, because she's kind of slightly related to the accused. Because he lives in the house she is made in. Even though your house was on fire. Oh, you never stop throwing until the anger subsides. It would be terribly bad for the nurse to do otherwise. I agree. Don't stop before he stops breathing. As a witness, maybe. Of course, I should have realized. That's a significant step forward, Mr. Naruhodo. You have managed to establish that the window was open. Okay, great. We simply must have that added to Mrs. Garridap's formal statement. Okay, and... I mean, now we have two people telling us that the window is open. That's somehow a big step. Throwing books? I don't think I can actually put them against each other. I want to save. They were doing at this time? He was fleeing the scene of the crime. I have no idea what to do here. Maybe I just press it because it's a new statement. Pretty much.
Hold it!
The accused was walking from the bookstore and he saw someone falling in front of him, and that's all he remembers. People say they saw him fleeing the place of the crime. Well, I really couldn't say. You good? He's good.
Oh boy!
Title of it. Is this really him? How is this possible?
Excuse me!
What is it? Juror number 5. You know something? Huh? I remembered what it was. That memory had blocked out. I was listening to what this granny was saying. Brought it all flooding back. I can't look at her. Who are you calling a granny, you cheeky devil? I'm Mrs. Gary Dabb, or the maid, I'll have you know. I assume he's not her husband. The man doesn't even flinch. Please tell me that's not because he's so used to being hit all the time. It was about 2 weeks ago now. I just go back home after work like... got home. I put my hand in my pocket for the wages I just earned that day and I nearly died. There was a hole. Every last penny was dropped out. No, that's why you were getting beaten? Oh dear, what a disaster. You haven't heard the half of it, boy. Oh? The wife was cutting up some chicken at the time. I'm afraid I know where this is going. This is scary as hell. I could hardly get the words out. I told her straight. I lost the day's wage. Just... love. Next thing I knew, the blade was whistling past my ear. Stuck into the wall next to me, indeed. She was throwing knives? Are you fucking serious? I mean, is this how this case is gonna go? Like, she threw it at one time out of the window and the poor woman got stabbed. This is insane. No words, just terror. Yeah, you should get help. I could smell it then, you know. That god-awful stench of the Thames. What? I was sure I was going to end up face down in the muddy banks at that night, I can tell you. Weird knife to cut a chicken, what do you mean? Oh, you mean the one in the back. Well, maybe they just ran out of every knife in their household because she likes to throw them out. Now that's a real disaster, isn't it? I'll never use the word lightly again. Lightly. Anyway, the point I'm trying to make this. When women lose their rag, they'll throw anything at you. Knives, hatchets, hammers, you name it. Mr. Naruhodo, you mustn't think that all women are so short-tempered and unrefined. Oh, really? Look who's talking. No, I wasn't thinking that. Throwing household objects at people is, well, it's so uncivilized. Yeah, and they were like laughing at your country. At least attack with honor, using a bow or the like. A bow is attack with honor? How so? What? Attack? Who are you going to attack? I have bad news for you. Never mind. Anyway, this man's words could be rather significant, I think. I mean, that's really true, but that, I mean, there's also some women like that, too. Alright, we'll come back to the bow and arrow thing later, if I dare. Let's not. Do I keep pressing him this time?
Hold it!
Aisha. Grown with our relationships. I wish a lot of things were grown with relationships. There was a cup, then a glass, then pot, kettle, chair, wardrobe, cooker. What? Bathtub, excuse me. What? Your wife must be even beefier than you. Yeah, she's been training. Wages, of course. Wages. And things come to a head last week when she threw me right into the Thames. Hey. Still, she's not so bad when she's calmed down. She's a little sweetheart, really. Oh. If you say so. I'm so happy for you. Get help. If you want to know what I think this whole idea of ladies first that we are so obsessed with in this country was thought up by some clever lads who'd been tossed in the Thames a few too many times by their wives. I think it's called Stalk. Is that how you spell it? Stockholm? Isn't it Stockholm? I guess I never read it in English. That's a very interesting theory. What a terrible thought. On the face of it, this juror's statement just sounds like a really extreme anecdote. But I think it might turn out to be a powerful weapon. A weapon I might be able to use to make the jurors accept an alternative explanation here. Oh, wait a second. Novel alternative about how the victim was stabbed.
Objection!
Stockholm, yeah. Okay, what did it? Wait. Well, I'm not sure if it's the end of this little part here, but we did something. Do you think perhaps that this court could be such novel alternative? Oh my, whatever do you mean? An alternative explanation as to how the victim was stabbed in the back.
What are you talking about?
It's blowing my mind every time it happens. You can see his outfit from the back. We have demonstrated that the fourth book, The Lion's Pride, that was found at the scene of the crime, originated in Mr. Garridup's room on the top floor of his house. Therefore, it's equally possible that some other object besides the book could have found its way from the Garridup household to the street below.
Eh? What's that now?
After all, Mrs. Garridup could have thrown any number of different objects at her husband.
Isn't that right, juror number 4?
What are you insinuating now, you little beanpole? Kinda looks like Paul. He's long. I'm beginning to think that ever since the true origins of this book came to light, perhaps she just had a feeling this might be what happened. Who? What?
Now you'll listen here, you Mr. Galah.
Who?
As the foreman of this jury, I demand a straight answer. You give us this yarn about some other object making its way.
Well, isn't it obvious though? What I'm talking about here? I'm really taking a big gamble here. I don't have a choice. That was a bold accusation to make, but I haven't any real evidence to back it up. But I'm certain that at the very least this warrants further investigation. You mean, prosecutor, he's not intervening with this part. When I'm talking to jurors, he's not intervening. All right, Mr. Foreman. I'll try to explain the defense's theory. The other object that is the knife.
Take that!
Mrs. Garridup. What? What now? I must apologize in advance for this. But I need you to confirm something else for the court. This knife. Have you ever seen this knife before? She did. Is this really what happened? Maybe you will think twice next time throwing up some objects out your window. What on earth are you doing? That's the weapon that was lodged into the victim's back, man. My lord, remember, But when the victim was attacked, Mr. and Mrs. Garridab were in the throes of an argument. All the way to... Yeah. I mean, this time, well, the girl was, yeah. Both are kinda... That would be another accidental death, kind of accidental. The other girl, she pushed him, but I don't think she expected him to die. Mrs. Garridab was hurling anything she could at her husband, who had been backed up against the window. A window that had been opened to clear the smoke, and through which a book sailed to land at the crime scene. You can't seriously believe that. The book was found in the victim's grasp. Are you saying that it flew out of the window and across the street to land neatly in her hand? Ha! Even my missus hasn't caught an aim like that. That's not a laughing matter. Was the first an accident too? No. It wasn't. It was an actual murder. And actually, it's weird. Because I thought that someone was very suspicious in that case. And I thought that it would be, like... It would continue in the further in the game. But we still have another, like, one more case and second game, so maybe? What do you mean? Yes, I admit, there are many details we don't yet understand. But that's the point. That's precisely why. We must not allow this trial to end. Not right now. Oh my. Mrs. Garridab, your answer, please. Have you seen this knife before or not? Oh, oh shit. That's her knife, isn't it? My lord. I wish to change my decision. Have you seen the first case, DKP? Wait, she fell, right? We did it! Oh, congratulations, Mr. Naruhodo. So, as a result of the defense's summation examination, a number of jurors' leanings have changed. 2 jurors called guilty against 4 now calling innocent. Nah, it was second one. Accordingly, the opinion of this court is divided. And this trial will continue. Yay! I continued playing this game like in the middle of the second case. So yeah. Now then, Lord Van Zieks, how does the prosecution wish to proceed? Your job now. This trial is rapidly descending into a farce. Oh really? Help me there then. Like a corked wine, the first few sips are bitter enough. But what follows is so repugnant. It's... Wait, it's salt. I thought it was wine. Was it wine previous? 1salty6. It's good for nothing save the gutter. Getting drunk. Yeah, but I think it's not wine. Okay. If I may, Lord Vanzix, the defense has just put forward a credible alternative explanation for what happened. Credible. Is that your considered opinion? Consider? Mr. Foreman, the defense's argument is a joke, to which I barely know how to respond. But let me start by insisting that you must all familiarize yourselves better with the relative positions of those places being discussed. What do you mean by that? What's his angle this time? I have no idea. This man is... Surprise. It should already be more than apparent that between the crime scene and the Garrett household runs a rather wide street, Briar Road. Yeah, quite right. Wide? Which means that the distance between the Garrett house and the scene is some... Yes, 15 yards. Meaning 15 meters or slightly less. But that's not that much if you are really good at throwing. Let me see, 15 yards? That's about 14 meters. 14 meters? Oh, that's a little farther than I'd imagined. And, as you ladies and gentlemen of the jury rightly noted as having portentous significance. I'm sorry, can't read. The fourth book was found in the victim's clutches. Okay. In other words, the smoldering book, ventilely hurled by the lady in the house, traveled some 15 yards to land on the opposite side of the road, neatly between the collapsed victim's fingers and thumb. She's impressive. Is that your final conclusion, my learned and deluded friend? But did the jackknife follow a near identical trajectory to plunge into the middle of the victim's back? I mean, considering she was aiming at her husband that was standing at the window, she probably was kind of aiming at the same spot. So if one landed there, another kind of landed there too. This fantasy is somewhat stretching the notion of having a bad day for the victim, I think. I mean, there's so many deaths that happen by very bad luck that you'd be surprised. I've seen a video where a girl fell. Well, it was said that she committed suicide. She fell from the window, and I assume it was a camera from the parade door to the house. A man was coming out of the house, and as soon as he opened the door, she fell right straight in front of him. Like, if he made a few, like 1 or 2 more steps, he would be dead too. And he would be surprised how many people are actually dying that way from the suiciders that drop themselves from the buildings. Be careful when you go outside. There is nothing I can say to that. That prosecutor loves the sound of his own voice. Just wanted to say that I kind of like it too, but then I realized something. Mrs. Sato, serialized detective stories are pathetic, are they? How dare he? Maybe let's speak our battles here? My lord, might I be allowed to speak? As a judicial assistant, you may speak for the defense. Yes, go ahead. The prosecution may consider the idea fantasy, but what the defense has postulated was believable enough to persuade the jury to change its leaning. And as such, the court has a duty to explore this alternative explanation as thoroughly as possible. What the fuck? I hope you told someone, because that kid must have been stopped. And like I'm against beating children, but some do need that ass whooping. Juror number 4, Mrs. Joan Garrida, must be called to testify and submit to cross-examination. Saints alive! Would be absolutely a joke of a life if he accidentally hit his parents or something.
Oh, duh. Well, this is highly irregular. It is unprecedented for a member of jury to be summoned as the witness.
Objection!
Well, if someone did enough investigation before the trial began, maybe we wouldn't have to do all this here.
And unnecessary.
If you say so.
Shit.
Well, I wouldn't be surprised if his parents are somewhat fucked up, too. If they're that alright with him. I would probably go to some, I don't know what I would do if I heard that my children do something like this. This is so fucked up. That person must be, like, investigated. He might be doing something worse these days.
Lord Van Zeeks?
There are already witnesses at the stand whose testimony the defense may further cross-examine. Excuse me? If my learned friend's partial theory has any truth in it, then both a burning book and jackknife must have flown through the sky before this couple's eyes. Unless it was like flying like in this trajectory, then maybe not.
what say you, witnesses?
They will just say that I didn't see anything. Good morning, officer. Oh, you woke up. Sorry for dozing until now, sir. I haven't slept for a month on account of a villain who's appeared in my beats. Oh, they are so heroic, these London bobbies. Patricia, my darling, I've been neglecting you, but no more. Oh, Rolly, my hero, you make me swoon. Okay, this gets a little bit weird. Please stop. No, don't reject me. Sick. Wait, what? Oh, what? I just wanted to check how far we are and how much we have to do. It seems like a lot. A lot. There's a lot. Let's call it a day. This will take at least another couple hours, I assume. Doesn't look like too much on the paper, but considering how far I already played after the that to be continued screen, it's literally just a little bit of text on the walkthrough. So that, and 2 hours or 3, I think, till the case is done. Let's postpone it for the next time. I really wished I could do it tonight, but I wasn't. It was late stream again. In one, yeah, sure. I wish, but no. Every time I can't make it earlier. I really should. I wonder if you guys can come to the stream if I actually stream, let's say 4 hours earlier than what I usually do. Would you be able to come? I will probably make a poll to see. I'd like to thank you for coming by tonight and staying with me. I appreciate it, and oversleep. Understandable. Understandable, I relate. Okay, thanks for the answer. Yeah, this is a Sunday. Well, you don't have to. I mean, if you have your own schedule, just feel free to join whenever you can. I'll be still grateful. It's a Sunday, so I will be putting up the new schedule soon. We'll post it on YouTube community tab. It will be on Twitch and Trovo too. Join Discord if you want to get notifications of the streams whenever I'm streaming, because it's not very consistent, but I do try to stream daily lately. There is link to every social link I have under every player wherever you're watching me, be it YouTube, Trovo, or Twitch. To have a schedule takes effort. Yeah, true. But it also helps me, like, at least I know what I have to play. And don't have to decide right on the day. Okay, yeah, see you. I will be here tomorrow, so join if you'd like. Thank you once again, and bye. Good night if it's night for you.